Why boo? Wait, what happened? The Dark Lord, why boo? What happened? Hold on. Why boo? What's wrong? What's wrong, Dark Lord? What did I do? I clearly did something to you. I clearly wronged you in some way. But I'm just wanna make a great game for you. Okay, I'm doing a great game for you. Oh. I thought you were booing the stream. Why can't I hear anything? Am I muted? This side or something? Why is this so quiet? Oh, it's just the wrong video. Okay, let's go.
So in the previous episode, we learned a lot about what the stats are, a general example of what they do, and how the stats of the actors and the enemies interact with each other during
I
a
will
battle.
have to work on the classes. If you have any classes suggestions, then throw them at me. Also, remember that you can become a $1 Patreon, okay? To make my dream come true of not having to worry about food and rent.
Battle. Now in this tutorial, we are going to be looking at the skills and the more deeper aspects of what you can manipulate for each skill. So let's get straight into it. To start off, to add more skills, let's just change the maximum from 10 to maybe 13. Hit OK. Now I got 3 more slots to add skills. So let's
Wait, want to add more slots? Who wants to add more slots? Also join lucyhazard.org/live and consider donating or subscribing. You know what I mean? I have to write on the Discord that I'm live. Do about shot. Gigglers. Gigglers are what I call my community. You know, are you a giggler? I am making a game right now. Oh my god. Choi oi. Where is the Orby? I am making a game right now. Come join. Choi oi. Okay. Alright, let's go.
Let's just copy one of the previous existing skills by going onto it, hitting Control C, then going onto a blank spot, hitting Control V, and now just paste the skill on there. Now let's get straight into what we want to do. Let's try creating an ice skill that hits multiple enemies. So let's do it. First we'll do it ice as its name. Next we'll do an icon. We can just find some ice icon within all these lists of icons. So we'll choose this one right here. We can make a description. So this is a magic skill that damages all the enemies. Oops, I messed up damages. There we go, right there. So next we'll give it a skill type of magic as opposed to special. Now the difference between magic and special are, those are 2 different like sections of skills. You can make more of your own custom sections later, but for the time being, just focus on making all your skills magic for like a magic skill, or special for some like physical or like really powerful skill or whatever. So we'll just do magic for now. We of course have the MP cost, which is going to be how much MP it takes away from you. And we also have something called a TP cost. Now TP was not really discussed in the previous video, because TP is sort of a unique sort of alternative to MP. Now, when TP is used, it always has a maximum of 100, and when you use a skill or something, you actually gain TP, and when your TP bar is full, or it has lots of TP, you can use that TP on various skills. It's a somewhat different sort of system. For the time being, don't worry about it, we'll just continue onward. So next, we'll set the scope. Now the scope, of course, is going to be what type of person it hits. It can hit one enemy, all enemies, a random assortment of enemies, an ally, all the allies, a dead ally, all the dead allies, or the user itself. So the goal of this one is to damage all the enemies. So let's click all enemies. Now this skill will affect all the enemies. Next comes the occasion. Now, the occasion should be pretty self-explanatory. We either have always, which is going to be on the battle screen or menu screen, menu screen, or never. So, occasionally, you may have a healing skill you want to have usable on the menu screen and the battle screen, so you can heal outside of battle and in battles, so you set this to always. But for an offensive skill like ice, you're going to have to set it to something like battle, because that's really the only place you're ever going to use it in. So let's click on battle screen for now. We also do a speed. This is how much speed is going to be added on to the user when they use this skill, so they can get a higher tier of speed when they're using this specific skill. For once again, let's just set it to 0, leave it at default. Success rate, how successful it's going to be, we'll set to 100, but you can set it lower to have a less successful skill. Repeat, this is going to be when the user uses the skill, how often will it repeat? This literally means when you use the ice skill, it'll do this entire thing twice if you set this to 2. If you set it to 4, we're going to repeat this skill 4 times in a row when the user uses this skill. But for a normal skill, you're going to want to do this to 1 to have it repeat 1 time. We also have the TP game, which we recalled earlier is the thing that lets us add TP when we use this skill. Just leave it at a 10 because we want to gain 10 TP when using this boring skill. Hit type, magic or physical, or certain. And in RPG Maker MV, you're stuck with 3 hit types. A certain hit, which is a hit that's always going to hit. A physical attack, which is going to be affected by physical evasion, or a magical attack, which is going to be affected by magical evasion. Once again, that's something you don't want to worry about right now. Just set it to magical to correspond with a skill type and continue onward. Next, we have probably the most important, which is the animation. This is what's going to be shown on screen when the attack is used. Now we're going to open it up and see, oh man, look at all these crazy lists of all this stuff. How do I even know what these look like? And the answer is, you go over to the animations tab right here, and you can see the entire list listed down here. We can go to one we want to check out, say power down 1. We'll hit the play right here, and it'll play the entire animation on this dragon. So let's say we want to find one for ice, so we do something right about, here we go, ice all 1. Click on that, we can play and see, alright, that's a skill that does ice 1 on all the enemies, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So let's go to skills, let's set ice all 1
You can
to
see
our
the video,
animation.
right?
So we should find it right about here. It is. Oops. Wow, that was weird. Oh, whoa. Something's messed up. Oh, this is an awkward time to do a tutorial. Come on, please work. Well, okay, that's not working. Guess we'll have to scroll. Here we go. Ice 1, all right. Ice all right here. What was I thinking? Okay. Ice all 1. Next comes a message. So this can be a message that plays when the user uses the skill. So for example, this will say casts ice when the user uses cast ice. So if the user is Bob, it'll say Bob casts ice. You can also set it to does. You can set it to uses. You can also just customize yourself by saying does the skill of ice or whatever. Or alternatively, instead of using this box up here, you just go down here and customize the entire message by yourself. So there was an ice attack storm thingy used, and that's what it does. Finally, at the bottom comes the required weapons, and you can set certain weapon types to be required to use a skill. Once again, don't worry about this, we'll get into it later when we do weapons, but for example, if you want to make so the user had to have like a gun to use the ice skill, you just select gun and boom, the user has to have a gun type weapon before they can use the skill. Now up here is a damage box. We went over this before, but it should be self-explanatory. You can set a type to make it so it does HP damage, MP damage, recovers HP, recovers MP, or it drains HP and it drains MP. So we're going to do a very simple HP damage, then we can set a formula, and the result of this formula will be how much damage is done to the HP. And you're given a lot of options for what you can do. The variable A right here represents the attacker, and B represents the defender. So if we did A.attack, that'd be the attacker's attack. If we did something like B.mdf, that'd be the defender's magic defense. So if we just go on here and we highlight the entire thing and just wait a bit, so wait about now, you'll see a list of everything we can use. Attack, magic.
Hello, I'm a fresh RPG Maker user. Yeah? Hello, Lucius VA. Wait, you seem like a new viewer. Are you new to this stream? Wait, let me check your account. Do you have anything RPG Maker related on your channel? Oh, we are similar size. 1,000 subscribers. 54. Let's see if you have anything RPG Maker related on your. Do you have anything RPG related? RPG Maker related on your YouTube? Should I introduce myself to you? Is it okay if I ask how you found this stream? And if you will be a regular viewer from now on? Oh, so you're like a Brooks viewer? That must mean that you know me. You know me, right? You know who I am and what I do, right? I don't have to introduce myself, right? Do you know about my work in Ukraine, for example? Check your playlist. I am on your channel. Okay, playlist. So the nature of psychological warfare resides in the home, not paradise. Reading Resi, Rush, Royale, SCP reading, short stories. Wait, are you you also draw? Are you an artist? You draw comic books? Uh, I'm checking your stuff. Uh, for a moment. So what am I looking at in your what am I looking for? In the paradise. Oh yeah, you want to call in to stream to talk about the thing? kids today. I've been called a kid by someone. Yeah, you can call in? Okay. Join my Discord and call in. Or add me to friends on the, let me see. Let me watch a video. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna watch the video on stream. Kaido. You can see the future. I think that's called my imagination. Wait, I was talking to myself just now. No, that's not possible. That's pretty cool. And where have you been? This looks like Stardew Valley. Hey, Ella, is Denny right here? Fine, ignore the question. No, she's not. Okay, I'll go get her. She should. That was too fast, okay? Hey, don't just run away. She's going to the lake. She'll be back soon. It's getting late. She's a tough girl. But she's running late. Well, don't let me keep you. Tavares watch over you. This is cool. I do like this.
Attack, agility, max HP, HP, TP, MP, level, etc. So we did something like A dot level plus A dot magic attack minus B dot magic defense plus 10. This will give us a formula that will give us a result pretty much. The attacker's level plus their magic attack minus the user's defense, magic defense, plus 10. And finally, we also make sure the element is set to ice. This is so we can have like certain effects when a certain element is used. Once again, we'll worry about that later. We have variance. This means there'll be like a small variance in between the actual damage and what the damage is given. So it could be plus 20%, minus 20%, and anything in between. So worry about that. Once again, that's pretty self-explanatory. Critical hits, yes or no. You want critical usable on that skill, we'll say yes for now. Now we also have effects and notes. We're not going to worry about these at all, they're way too complex for now. For this example, let's just go on to the second thing, which is the items. Now, items are similar to skills. As you may be able to tell, they also have like a damage bar.
Oh, somebody just told me that if I think that uninformed people should not have an opinion, we should extend that to voting. And I responded by saying that would mean that conservatives would never win a vote, so I'm okay with that. Hello, Pickle Parker. Yeah. Someone just said that in the comments. That if I really think that uninformed people should not uh well, oh my gosh. How are you, Pickle Parker? We're learning how to make a game right now. Look at this.
Box, the same type of usage, the same indication, all that stuff. But instead of having skills, items are like specific items you can hold, while skills are usually connected to an actor for them to use. So you should probably already get the idea if you played any
I'm
normal
still thinking about making that magic system that I've been thinking about.
RPG, but for the most part, let's just create a quick item, just to go another example. So we'll create a super potion or whatever. We could set an icon to be this heart thing right here. Is a super potion. We'll set the item type to regular item, though key item or hidden item A and B can be used to set it so it's in the key item section or it's hidden from the inventory. So we'll do regular item. The price is going to be affected by if it gets sold in the shop. So make so if it is sold in the shop, it'll cost 25 gold. Is it consumable? This means if it's used, will it just be lost? And the answer is yes. If we set it to no, that means this item can be used over and over and over again without it ever being removed from the inventory. But we'll set it to yes so it can be removed once it's used. The scope, which we already explained, is going to set it to which one it's going to be used on. It's going to be used on an ally. It can be used in both the menu and the battle screen, so always. Speed, success, repeat, TP gain, we know all this. Hit type, we can once again set the certain hit, since we always want it to hit. The animation, we can set it so this item has a certain animation when used in the battle. So we'll set it to, there should be a heal thing in here, so yeah, heal 1. We'll do that. Damage box, we could or could not put something in here. We could do like HP recover, and set it so it recovers 100 HP. Set to no element, give it a variance of 20, no critical hits, and that's what our super potion is going to do. And that's pretty much all there is really for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we're actually going to go through how I can actually obtain the skills and the items inside our own game, then use them in battle. Sorry for this tutorial being very sort of bland, boring. Just wait for next tutorial.
Hello.
We'll get into the interesting stuff and
We're learning how to make a game, Pickle Parker.
how to actually
Look at this.
make our actors use these skills, use these items, destroy the enemies in the battles. RPG Maker tutorial end.
See? This is my game. Do you want to see how much I've made of the game? Look. I'm gonna show you, Pickle Parker. I'm gonna test the game right now. Look. Be excited. Wait, it's so quiet now. There you go. Look at this. Can you see? New game. Also on Friday I'm gonna be on a podcast with Niara. That's already decided. That has already been decided by the gods of transness. Lucy, this is me, Lucy the Magic Swordsman. Yeah. I still have to I still have to decide if I want first-person perspective battles or if I want the side. Oh, defeat an enemy! Oh, I'm about to die. Oh, game over. But it's okay, we're still learning how to make the game.
So in the previous tutorial, we went through and learned how to create a skill and an item as you see right here. So we created the super potion item and the skill ice as you see right here. And we did all that, but how do you actually make it so we obtain this skill or this item? And that's what we're going to be doing in today's tutorial. So let's get straight into it. To start off, let's focus on skills. How can you obtain a skill? And the main basic way you're going to obtain a skill is through your class. So if we go to our classes, we'll find that at the very bottom right here, we have this
I want to do something else right now. I'm gonna... Event. Fireplace interaction. Okay. Show text. The fire is so warm. It's the fire I made to keep warm and to cook food. We're gonna add, let's see, has a boom. Oh, okay. How do you like this? Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's test it. Okay? Shall we test it? How do you like this? Isn't this cool? Wait, why can't I escape? Oh my god. Impossible to escape in my own game. I have to check something once again. That's weird. It didn't copy to this bit. Ah, okay. Makes sense. Okay. I defeat the enemy. Alright. We did it. Excellent.
List of skills to learn. And as you can probably guess, this is just going to be a system that lets you say, if the player's at level 5 and they have this class, they're going to learn our ice skill right here. And all it does is it just says, alright, cool. This is a hero class. Our actor right here, whatever, has a class of hero. So when this person gets level 5, they are going to learn our ice skill, as you see right here. And you can go through each and every class and set so at certain levels, say level 10, they'll gain another skill such as fire, or at level 15, they'll gain another skill which could be, say, spark. And each level they grow up, they'll get to a certain level, learn a certain thing, and then they'll continue onward. So of course, you'd probably want to make it so the skills correspond to the stat gains of each class. So a mage would learn more magic skills, a priest would learn more healing skills, warrior learn more like physical offensive skills, hero would learn some more like just basic standard skills, and that's pretty much all there is for skills. Now let's get into the exciting part, which is the shops and the items and all the crazy stuff. So if you recall, our very first NPC we ever created was right here, and we're going to take this person and manipulate them for a bit. So let's hit the delete button to delete all these crazy events. Let's make so this NPC actually gives us an item. So let's go in here, let's go to change items in the first tab, and as you probably guessed, we're going to select a certain item such as our super potion, increase by a constant of 2, so we get 2 super potions. We'll hit OK. Then we'll do a dialogue that says, I gave you 2 super potions. So I gave you 2 super potions. There we go. So now we know that this NPC has given us 2 super potions. Then we can go into our inventory and check out those 2 super potions we just obtained. So here we are, back in our game. And if we go to our NPC, we'll talk to them and they'll say, I gave you 2 super potions. And then when we go into our inventory by pushing the escape button or the X button, we'll find that if we have all these sections, we can go to item, and we'll find here we have it, our 2 super potions. If we select the item section, we'll get our description right here is a super potion, and we can actually select it and use it on one of our actors. So we'll use it on the warrior. I don't know. It's not working because they're all at full health anyway. So that's the basic point of how you actually use an item or give an item to a certain person in the map. But let's do the same thing, but for skills. Now the skills, as you can probably guess, it's gonna be a little bit more complex, but at the same time, it's gonna be pretty simple. So once again, go to the first tab, go to change skill. We're gonna have a fixed person to use it on, so we'll use it on our main character, Tizglia. We'll set to learn a skill of ice right here. So we'll hit OK. We'll delete our little thing right here, which gives us potions. And instead of saying we got 2 super potions, we'll say Tizglia got the ice skill. And that's pretty much all we have to do to give a certain actor an ice skill on the map or throughout the game. So we're going to save that and once again run the game and see what happens. Now, when we go to our new NPC, we'll find that, hey, Tizglia got the ice skill. So if we go into our menu, we'll go to skill, we'll select our actor like that. We'll find that, hey, in our magic section, this person now has the ice skill right here. And it even has a description we input for it, which is, this is a magic skill that damages all the enemies. And so, as you can guess, hooray, it worked. Our skill and our item are both obtainable within our game through events. But that's not all. Now let's learn how to actually create a shop for our items. Now, a shop is going to be a place where you can open it up and they're going to sell you certain items. And fortunately, it's super simple. Just once again, go into your events, go to the 3rd tab, I believe, go to shop processing right here under battle processing, double click, and you can select all the items available. So we can select magic water, standard price, or a specific price. We'll set it to standard for now. We'll hit OK. Do another one, so we'll say super potion, we'll sell our super potions, we'll hit OK. We'll go in here, we'll say, okay, let's sell our stimulants, and we'll hit OK. It's now the shop will sell these 3 items. Furthermore, the shop will allow us to sell stuff back to it at half price. But if you want to disable that, just hit purchase only. But if you want to allow the player to be able to sell stuff, disable the purchase only function. Anyway, we hit OK, and we're pretty much good to go. Once again, let's go back into our game. And once we're back in our game, let's go again to our NPC, and they'll open up this shop. We have buy, sell, and cancel. Let's hit buy, and now we can purchase all these items, except we have no gold, so we can't buy any of these items. Probably should have thought about that before we actually did this. But anyway, as you can see, we scroll down to each item, we can see the description at the top, we can see the price, we can see how many we have in the party ourselves right here. We see our gold, and we also go to the sell tab to sell back any items we have, or weapons, or armors, or key items. And that's really all we have to learn in this tutorial. Let's get some gold and try it out one more time. So to make an NPC give you gold, simply go into them, let's create another event, and we're going to find the change gold, which should be in the first tab at the very top right here. And as you can probably guess, increase by, say, 1,000, and this will make it so the party has 1,000 gold. So now before we even start the shop, our party will be given 1,000 gold, then the shop will start, then we'll have 1,000 gold to spend. So let's once again go and test that out. So now, here we are in our game. If we go into our menu, we'll find that, hey, we don't have any items or anything, but now we can go to this person right here, who's going to give us 1,000 gold, and then open up the shop, as you see right here. Except there we go. Now we have 1,000 gold right here. We can go to buy. We can purchase any of these items. Let's purchase some stimulants. We could purchase a certain amount, so I'll say 2. Let's purchase some magic water. Let's 1 magic water. A lot of super potions, so we'll do like, yes, 8 super potions. But say, oh wait, maybe I don't want the stimulant anymore. Let's go back to sell. We can sell an item, so we'll sell the stimulant for one of them. It's sold for 150 as opposed to 300 because the price gets reduced when you sell back. But anyway, now if we look in our... Whoa, we got an encounter. Oops. Well, actually, this is excellent. Let's test out our new items in this random encounter. So we can go down to item and actually select one of these items to use. So we'll select, say, super potion on Marsha. Then this person will use their magic, or they don't have any, we'll just attack. Now we can also use our magic skill, so fire on the bat, orc, or minotaur. We'll do it on the bat. And now I actually see a full-fledged RPG Maker battle. My guy already died because he only had 1 HP. Anyway, that's really all there is for this tutorial. If you enjoyed, please give this video a thumbs up. Please subscribe for more beginner's tutorials on RPG Maker MV. Until next time, I'm just gonna get this guy out of the fire. Yeah. Oh, whoa, yeah, okay, yeah, you get it. RPG Maker tutorial end.
Wow.
So, good news everybody, today's tutorial is going to be very simple because we're going over weapons and armors. As you can see, we're in the weapons tab right now, and we're going to go create a new weapon right now to be given to our protagonist. So let's create a new weapon called Cane, oh where's our cane, gun. We'll give it an icon of a gun icon. as you can find right here, we can go to our description. We'll say, this is a shooting weapon. Be careful with it. Because you gotta be careful with guns, you know. Anyway, enough messing around. Let's go through what each and all of these little things we can do with ours are, whatever, etc. Weapon type. You can define all different weapon types in the system tab, or actually types tab, I believe. And then in here, you can make sure there's different weapon types. And of course, each type is going to have different effects, such as some types might give you special ability to use certain skills, other types may give you certain benefits for being a certain actor, all these crazy stuffs. For the time being, just set certain basic groups you can input each weapon into. For example, our gun is going to go into the gun weapon type, believe it or not. Furthermore, you also set a price. As you can probably guess, this is what's going to be used to sell it in the shop. We'll set to 400. The animation, we'll say the animation when used is going to be a piercing effect, so we'll do pierce effect. And now here comes the parameter changes. Now these are going to be the stat changes that occur when an actor equips this gun. So when the actor equips a gun, let's begin to like gain 20 attack, but they say lose about 10 luck. So negative 10 luck for that, but plus 20 attack for that. And that's really all I have to do. You can use these to manipulate if you're going to gain defense, magic attack, lose agility, lose max HP, etc, etc. Once again, the armor is going to be very similar. Let's create a new armor right now and go do that. So let's first find an icon this time so we can get some ideas. So let's find a wrench. Yes, a wrench is going to be one of our little armors we can equip. So wrench, description,
How is the
place
wrench a piece
in
of armor?
bag for better defense. As you see right there, we'll set it to an armor type. Once again, these can all be defined within the types thing right there. So we'll set it to light armor. The equipment type, we set the shield head, body, or accessory. It's gonna be an accessory. Next, we'll set the price to make so whatever it's gonna be sold in shops for. So 30 gold. The parameter changes. For what the parameters are gonna be changed to when an actor equips this weapon, item, armor. So we'll set so the defense gets 100. 100 more defense when equipping the wrench. And that's really all there is for weapons and armors. Let's actually go back to our map and make sure this person right here gives us our wrench and our, gun. So all I do is go here, go into the events, change weapons or change armors to give weapons or armors. So we'll change weapons, we'll increase our gun by 1, hit OK, and that'll be good to go. We'll go in here, we'll change armors, we're going to set it so we have a wrench increased by 1 and add it into our equipment. And that should be good to go. Let's also add a dialogue that says, gained a gun and wrench. Yeah. Now once we go into the game, we'll talk to the person, we'll get our gun and our wrench, we'll hit OK, we'll go into our inventory, we'll go into our items, we'll go to our weapons, we'll find our gun, we'll go into our armor, we'll find our wrench, and we'll be like, yes, we got our armor, we got our weapon, we are good to go. Let's equip it onto our actor. So we'll go to equip, we'll equip it onto our actor, so we'll do equip weapon, and it's not there. We go to equip, say, our accessory, we can equip the wrench, and as you can see, removing it, so when we highlight it, it says we're going to gain 100 defense right here, so we can equip it. If we try to remove it, we're going to go back to little 46 defense, which means nothing. But let's focus on something for a second. When we go to sword, we can't equip the gun for whatever reason, and that's because weapons are set into groups, and these groups define whether or not an actor can equip this weapon. So what am I talking about? Let's go back to the actors and find out. So if we go back to our actors or our classes for this example, we can make it so a certain actor or class can use a certain weapon. So if we go here, we'll see this this class, hero, can equip a sword, general armor, light armor, and a small shield. Since wrench fell into light armor section, that meant that our actor right here could equip the wrench. But this class hero can't equip, say, a weapon that is a gun. So they can't equip the weapon gun thingy, unless we make it so they can. And to do so, guess what we have to do? We have to go all the way to this equip section right here. We make so equip weapon, gun, and now make it so this class, the hero class, can equip gun weapons. So now back in the game, if we go to equipped once again and go to our protagonist, go to equipped, we'll find that, hey, now we can equip one of these guns. It'll increase our attack by 10. We'll equip it and we'll say, hey, now we have a gun. Yeah! And for the most part, that's really all there is for weapons and armors. Just make it so you have certain weapons, certain armors, make it so certain classes can or cannot equip these weapons or armors to make it so certain limits or not limits at all. perhaps you want to go down to the types and make so there's only one type of armor, one type.
I'm thinking about how I can make this work with what I'm thinking about for the story. I think the protagonist should have a custom class. Where is it? Oh yeah.
Type of weapon, and every actor can equip this weapon or armor, so you don't have to worry about having all these crazy different limits and confusingness in your game. On the other hand, you can make so it's 100 types of weapons, 100 types of armors, 100 types of equipment types, and then use them to manipulate everything and make it so it's impossible to get anything. And it's up to you what you're going to do in your game. And that's all for this tutorial. I guess that's really it. So like if you like the video, subscribe if you want to see more. Until next time, RPG Maker tutorial end. Now when it comes to creating your battles within your RPG Maker MV game, there's one final thing you need to keep in mind, which is the states. No, not those states. I'm referring to the states which are these states. The passive effects, the basic abilities, the status effects. It's hard to explain, but you get the idea. Nearly every RPG has some form of states. For example, we have the knockout, which is what the actor is going to be afflicted with when they're knocked out. There's blind, which...
One more time.
Now when it comes to creating your battles within your RPG Maker MV game, there's one final thing you need to keep in mind, which is the states. No, not those states. I'm referring to the states which are these states. The passive effects, the basic abilities, the status effects. It's hard to explain, but you get the idea. Nearly every RPG has some form of states. For example, we have the knockout, which is what the actor is going to be afflicted with when they're knocked out. There's blind, which causes blindness and causes the hit rate to be lowered. There's confusion, rage, silence. Oh yeah, all this crazy. You get the idea just by looking at these states, what they do, and what they're meant to be. And in today's tutorial, we're going to look at how we can create our own state and what all these crazy little functions mean and do. So let's go to change maximum. Let's create another one. And let's get straight into it. We'll call this one my state. There we go. We'll choose an icon to be shown on the player when the state is afflicted on them. And we'll make it this flask right here, I guess. There we go. Now, part one, the most important part of a state is its restriction. Now, restriction forces a player to perform a certain action or no actions at all, depending on what their restriction is. So, for example, if it's set to none, this player can select their moves and there won't be a problem. But if it's set to attack an enemy, as you see right here, then the player is not going to be able to choose any move. Instead, they're going to be forced to attack an enemy every turn when they had this state afflicted on them. Same applies to attack anyone, attack an ally, so if you want to create some sort of confusion or mind manipulation state, you'd use these restrictions. And finally, is also cannot move, which just means this player's turn is going to be completely skipped when they had this state afflicted. Now, the way restrictions work is that if you have multiple states afflicted on a single actor, the one that's the lowest on the list takes priority. So for example, if you have one that says attack an enemy and another one that says attack an ally, the player is going to be forced to attack an ally since that one takes priority. Now, don't get that confused with the actual priority right here, which actually just refers to what's displayed. So what I mean by that is that this can be a number between 0 and 100, as you see right here, and depending on what has the highest priority, that's what's going to be shown on the actor. It doesn't necessarily mean that that actor doesn't have the states, it's just that there's a limited amount of spaces that the icons for the states can be shown, and so if you want a very important state to be shown on the actor, you'd give it a higher priority. But if you have something less important, say blindness, I mean it is important, but if you have multiple different states, it would not be that high as compared to something like rage, which has 70, confusion, which has 75, sleep, which has whoa, it should be 90, I switched it for some reason. But yeah, sleep that has a 90 priority. And so for our state, we'll set it to something like 20, which means if we have only this state, we'll see that we have it through this icon, But if we have like 5 or 6 states, we're probably not going to have any indication that this state has this state because the icon is not shown because our priority is that low. Did that make sense? Hopefully it did. Anyway, next comes this SV or side view battler things. What I mean by this is that the side view battlers can have special animations for if your player has this state afflicted on them. So for example, we have 4 motions. Normal, which is the default motion the player is going to be moving in. Abnormal, which means the player is going to have a like different stance and movement while they're standing in a side view battler. We'll get into that later. You can see these just by testing them out. We have sleep, which means the player will be lying on the ground at sleeping when this is occurring, and dead, which means the player will just be lying there dead when this state is afflicted. Yep. And we also have the SV overlay, which is going to be a small animation that plays over top the side view battler when it's going. So you can see all the lists. You can just choose one, select silence, go into a battle, check out how it looks. We'll get into that later. But for now, let's continue. Now we have the removal conditions. Now this is going to be the conditions in which, if the condition is true, the state gets removed. So a basic one you probably want to have for most of your states is remove at battle end, which means the state's going to be removed when the battle ends. Another one you have is remove by restriction, which means that if this state gets overridden, like its restriction, if it gets another state that has a higher restriction than this one, then this state, the lower state, is going to be removed completely if this is checked. If this is unchecked, it'll still keep the state on the actor even if the restriction is higher, and the other effects will still take into account, such as the traits and all the stuff here. Furthermore, we also have just a timer for how long it'll take till the state is removed. We can have action end, and this will be a certain amount of turns until it ends, or we can have turn end, and it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be identical pretty much, except action end means it'll be removed after the player acts in the turn, but turn end means it'll only be removed at the very end of the turn. And this is really just going to be based off of your mechanics in your game. Do you want all your states and everything to be prioritized based on each turn, or do you want everything to happen in the moment when it's happening? But anyway, like I said, if we set something like action end and we set this to like 3 and 7, this will mean that this state will be at least on the player for 3 turns, and it can have a maximum of 7 turns, and it can be anything in between. If we set something like 3-3, that means this state will be guaranteed to have 3 turns and only 3 turns when the player is afflicted with it. Now, down here we have the remove by damage. This will mean that there's a certain amount of chance every time the player is damaged for the state to be removed. Right now, this will make it so there's a 100% chance that this state will be removed when the player is damaged by it. So if we set it something like 20, there'd be a 20% chance that this state will be removed when the actor is hit with a skill or item or damage anyway from the enemies. Oh, okay. Next comes walking. Now, this will occur to states that you can have outside of battles, and this just simply means this is how many steps it'll take for this state to be removed from the actor. So if we set it to like 20 steps, that means this state will be removed from an actor after walking on the world map for 20 steps. Next comes the messages. These will just be simple battle log messages that appear on the very top when the player is afflicted with the state, inflicted with the state persists, and it's removed. So pretty much what you do is just say, if the actor's name goes here, it'd be like, actor has...
I'm thinking about states that are bots actually. Because I'm thinking of a potion system. You know?
Obtained the my state. Yeah. And if the enemy is afflicted with it, you could do something else. So we'd say like, has afflicted the state. We could put like, got da. Well, I'm just gonna leave it. Got the my this is a mess. But anyway, if the state persists, this is what appears if the state continues on each and every turn. So if it's still on a certain turn, then this message will appear. So we'll say if the state persists, still has my state. And when the state is removed, this message will play. So it could say target names. We can do apostrophe s. My state was removed. Yeah, so as you can see, it's not really that complex, but it does take a lot of explanation to explain how this affects the battle mechanics of your game. Now, we did all this, but we actually haven't done the most important part, which is the actual effects that the state afflicts onto the actor, which is going to be used through this traits part right here. Now, if you may have noticed, this traits section has been reoccurring a lot in all of our little tutorials.
So you can have trait, any trait you want, but technically speaking, you can have an effect that is a positive. That's good.
For example, in the actors, we have a traits bar right here. Same thing occurs in the classes, as you see right here, the weapons, as you see right here, the armors right here, and finally the states, which we're working on right now. Now, as you can probably guess, all these traits all affect the actor depending on whether the actor has this item, weapon, armor, class, etc. And for the most part, if you go in here, you'll find that, oh my gosh, there's so many different traits to choose from. And we'll
my phone is calling. Okay, I have to go out. I have to get my mom because she has heavy bags and I have to go get her. So I'll be right back, okay? Don't go anywhere. In fact, get your friends, colleagues, and everybody to watch this stream, okay? I'll be right back. I have to go help my mom. I'll be back as soon as I can. Never mind, false alarm. I actually cannot get out. I cannot get my mom. I cannot get my mom because my mom locked me in the apartment. Will you ever play Class of 09? This screen is what fake Cal Parker did for me, okay? So I use it as a white screen. Hold on, my mom is calling me again. My mom. What is Class of 09? I don't know what that is. Also, hello, Dr. Jones.
We go into the next video where we actually review each and every trait and its effect. But for the time being, we're just gonna take something very simple, like go in here, go to parameter, attack is times 50%, which means when this player is affected by this state, its attack is going to be reduced by 50%, meaning it has only half the attack now. Yeah, so let's once again review exactly what the state is. It's called my state. It has this icon. If the player has a state, he cannot move at all.
Look up class you're out of context. Why not on stream? Wait, why not on stream? Oh, it looks kind of cute, this game. And it has nice animation. Oh, I want to play it now. It has animations. Wow. This game, I actually like the visuals of this game. Okay, I actually want to play this. How much is it? It's cheap. I want to play it. You know what? Maybe I will play it on stream, actually. It's a rejection sim. Yes, I will play it on stream. So what's the pitch of your game? Class 09. A visual novel. The pitch of my game is this. I'm gonna read you the pitch, okay? Oh, nice. That's true, Dr. Jones. I am being locked. Now I'm being locked in my apartment. So the pitch of my game is this. I'm gonna read it to you right now, okay? Cough cough. The story revolves around class. The story revolves around class. What? What the hell did I write here? What? I'm not sure. The story revolves around the clans that live in a balanced and balanced world, and there's a bunch of clans that balance each other out. They live in a state of you know, there's this stalemate that they live in, and then here comes a third party force that crushes all of them one by one because they didn't cooperate. They just kept each other in check. And the protagonist lives at a campsite, and different people from those clans come to her and tell their story one by one. And the game takes place in the flashbacks, explaining how each clan has fallen. And then the protagonist must unite them to fight against this single force. That's the pitch of my game. And the protagonist is a self-insert of me because I'm a blue-haired SJW. So naturally, the protagonist has to be a self-insert of me. How do you like the pitch for the game? Also, Lucy becoming Shady Varsity? Yes, that's right. There's gonna be ton of long description, and the protagonist committed genocide and rape. So the rise of the Mongol Empire from the POV of the one being conquered. Yeah, I guess so. Also, how should I put it? You should join the page. Persönliche Game Ost playlist. If you're still here, I will gladly pay your game if you don't. You are cooking? Yeah. Also you can become a $1 Patreon. Okay? It's just $1 and you have all the beautiful perks, okay? For just $1. I'm gonna share the link so that anybody that decides to become a $1 Patreon will. Lucy, I sent you art. I saw it. It's nice. It is nice art. Alright, let's go. Let's continue. Oh yeah, also I'm receiving a lot of hate in the comments as always. Because of course, you know? Let's see.
One year of Uma Musume. Bourbon in the lead. Todd Hoiser with the good
That's
start.
good.
On the outside, Yaina, Arden.
Jesus Christ. Um, where is it? Oh, there we go. Uh, Jesus Christ. Alright.
Which means all of his turns are skipped. In terms of being shown on the player's actual screen, it is a priority of 20, which means it's pretty low and probably other icons will override it. Its motion will be dead, which means the player will be lying there dead. It'll have a silence overlay, which means it'll have the silence icon flying above its head. We have a condition that removes at the battle end, which means at the end of the battle, all these states, for all the people that have this state will have it removed. We have remove by restriction checked off, which means it can't be removed by any other states. Another way it can be removed is that if the player has it for 3 turns in a battle, then it'll be removed. It can also be removed by having the player be hit, and there's a 20% chance it will be removed. Finally, if you somehow get this state outside of battle, you can remove by walking 20 steps. It has all these messages that can be played, and the effects it does have on the player is that it removes 50% of the player's attack. Oh, okay. So the real question is now, how do you actually get one of these states onto an actor or enemy? And the answer is, you have multiple choices, but one good way to do it is just go to skills, go to the effects, so we'll go to like skill 11, give it an effect that does state, add state, and just add the state you wish to use, 100% chance, or you can make it like 50% chance. And this makes it so that when this skill is used on an enemy or actor, it's going to add the state, my state, or at least it's going to have a 50% chance to do so when this attack hits.
What's what audio? Oh, I'm watching a tutorial. It should be visible on the screen. Yeah, it's visible. You can see the tutorial. It's too big right now. Tak? Okay. Be right back. That's better. Alright, let's continue the tutorial. I've been hit with the infamous, okay, Lucy, tell me what a woman is. Define a woman. Lucy, what is a woman? I got a Matt Walsh comment in my comment section.
Yes. Another way to change a state is go to the change state right here for an event. Set a certain actor or the entire party to gain a certain state, add or remove the state, and then select the state you wish to use. So for this example, if we set this to this event right here will make it so this actor will add my state to that person. So this will happen when this event is run. And so that's pretty much all for this video. It's very confusing, but I would highly recommend just going through and testing out each and every state and seeing how they work in your game. Next video, we'll be going over the final part of the battle mechanics, which will be the traits of your armors, weapons, your states, your classes, and your actors, and how they all interact with each other, and what each and all those stats and weird things do. But that's all for this tutorial. Until next time, RPG Maker tutorial end. Oh. Here we have them, traits. If we look in the very top right of this box right here, we'll find our special little traits box located right here. We mentioned these quite a few times throughout the previous tutorials, but today's video is going to be focusing on purely traits.
Right.
And there is a lot of information to go through. For the most part, traits can be best described as traits. They're just various aspects that an actor or enemy can hold throughout the game.
Yeah.
Now, if you may remembered, there's going to be a lot of things that take into account for giving traits to your actors. So for example, an actor, say for our, I'm just gonna call us T from now on, our T actor, this person can have the traits from this box right here, but they'll also have the traits from their class, which is a hero class, which we'll find right here, which are gonna be all these. Furthermore, since, I'm just gonna call us T from now on, our T actor, this person can have the traits from this box right here,
Yeah.
but they'll also have the traits from their class, which is a hero class, which we'll find right here, which are going to be all these. Furthermore, since this person's going to be holding a weapon and armors, like you can see down here, they're going to have all the traits from all the weapons, such as a sword right here, and all the armors are equipping, so right here. And finally, they're going to have all the traits from the state they could have afflicted with. So for example, if they're afflicted with sleep, they're going to have all these traits right here. And that's pretty much...
Wait, who is about to crash out?
the gist of how traits work. Pretty much,
You mean the comments? Or
actors' traits is going to be a sum of everything they have currently equipped or afflicted with. And finally, we're also going to have the traits for the enemies. Since the enemies aren't going to be really holding weapons or armors or classes, you don't have to worry about those. So pretty much you can put all the enemies' traits you want in here.
yes,
Though if you
please,
do afflict an enemy with a state, they will still have the state's traits also. But enough of this. Let's go back to our actors tab and let's actually get started in going through each and every trait in existence. And yes, it's going to be a lot of information. I would not try and recommend memorizing these all at once. I would recommend either just skipping the video if you're not really interested in making a very in-depth battle system, or
I am actually interested in making a very in-depth battle system, so I might actually utilize traits to that effect. I think I do actually want to utilize the, you know. Oh, yeah, sure.
sitting through and trying to pick up some things here or there that you really stood out for you. And like I said just now, most of these are going to be based in the battle system. And so a lot of people say like, hey, you can't really make a really complex or your own unique battle system in RPG Maker MV. And to some degree, that's true. But the truth is, if you become a master of these traits, you can create some pretty unique game aspects that a lot of normal RPG Maker games won't usually contain. And so enough wasting time, let's get straight into these traits. And we're going to start right off with the rate tab right here. And the rate tab is going to refer to effects that affect how the actor or enemy takes damage or attacks. So for example, this first one right here is the element rate. As you can see, we have all the elements listed in our game. If you want to make your own elements, what you do is you go down to types and you just create your own elements right here. But anyway, what's going to happen is these element trait right here things going to allow you to set a certain trait for the element like receiving damage rate. So the best way to describe it is if I put 50% right here and I put say water, this means this actor will now receive 50% the normal damage you would normally get for being hit with a water damage skill. If you recall also, to take damage from a skill, you set the element right here and set it to whatever you want. But yeah, enough wasting time. Go back here, let's go in here. So that's what an element rate does. If we set it 200, they take double damage from water skills. So if you want to create like some sort of like weakness or strength system from like Pokemon where like 200 would be super effective, 50% would be like not very effective, 0% would make so they're completely unaffected by a skill that has water damage. But yeah, that's really up to you. Next comes the buff rate. We're going to skip this for now because we haven't really gone
I want to create this kind of circle of elemental damage cancelling and beating each other out, and then my protagonist that is like an outlier. I have to write it down. I have to actually write it all out on a piece of paper or something.
Over the buffs, but it works the same way as a state rate, which is this is going to affect the chance in which this state will actually affect you if an opponent attempts to put it onto an actor or enemy. So what I mean with this, if I say put my state here, then put say 50%, that means if this person's ever hit with a skill that would normally always have a 100% chance of afflicting my state, this would reduce it down to 50%. So if we go to one of our skills we created in the previous tutorial, the one right here it is, our ice skill, it has a 50% chance of adding my state. Now if we go back to our actor, we also said so it has a 50% rate for adding my state. So if someone tried to use the ice skill against this actor, 50% times 50% would make it so it's 25% chance for this actor to be afflicted with my state if they use a skill that afflicts my state. Yep, it's that confusing. But finally we have an easy one, which is state resist, which just makes it so that this actor or enemy cannot be afflicted with this state. So if we put something like sleep, that'll make it so this actor right here cannot be afflicted with sleep whatsoever. And that's pretty simple, and that's pretty much it. Next, we go into the param tab. Another fun tab's gonna be very fun to explain. Right here, we're gonna find lists of all the stats in our game, or parameters, I guess you'd call them. And these will just simply be the ability to manipulate them by a certain percent. So if we set this to 50%, that means this actor's magic attack will be multiplied by 50% or halved. So if this actor has 20 magic attack, this trait will cause it to have 50. And now if this person has multiple of these, say like one on the actor, one on the class, one on the enemy, one on the like weapon or armor, they're all gonna be multiplied together. So if I put like magic attack times 50 here, then put like magic attack times 300 on like a weapon, those two together would make magic attack times 150, I believe, because 300 times 50% will equal 150. Yeah, just for the most part, this allows you to manipulate the base parameters. Next comes the EX parameters. Now these are going to be a special type of parameter that by default will start at 0%, but you can add more pretty much. So what we have here is hit rate, evasion rate, critical evasion, magical reflection, counterattack, HP regeneration, MP regeneration, TP regeneration. Hit rate. This is the chance that the skill or item you're using is going to hit, assuming it's not set to certain hit. So if this is set to 100%, as you see right here, that means there's going to be a 100% chance of everything hit perfectly. But if you look in our little class place right here, you notice that by default our class is going to be given a 95% rate, which means there's going to be a 95% chance of the move hitting. Now next comes the evasion rate, as you look right here. Evasion rate. Now evasion rate and hit rate are two separate things actually. First is going to calculate the hit rate and determine whether or not the actor is going to hit someone. Next, it calculates the evasion rate and checks to see if the target evades something. So if we set this to 50% right here, this will mean there's a 50% chance of this actor to evade an enemy's attack, which, like I said before, is going to be unaffected by the enemy's hit. It's just two separate calculations. Also want to keep in mind of the magic evasion. Now the magic evasion is going to be the same thing as normal evasion. The difference is a hit type. If we go to our skills right here, we'll find that there's a hit type between magical attack, physical attack, and certain hit. Certain hit guarantees the move is going to hit. Physical attack, that's going to be affected by normal evasion, and magical attack is going to be affected by magical evasion. So using these three types of hits, you can customize a certain type of evasion system in your game. So if you want to have a skill or state that causes like 100% physical evasion, then that person's going to dodge all physical attacks, but it's not going to be able to dodge all magical attacks. Finally, we're going to go down to the next one, which is going to be critical rate, the chance in which you're going to do a critical evasion. This subtracts from the user's critical rate. So for example, if this person's attacked by an enemy that has a 50% critical rate, then this critical evasion will reduce that critical rate to 0%, since 50 minus 50% equals 0.
Wow.
Furthermore, we also have magical reflection. This is a chance in which if the enemy uses a magical attack, it'll be reflected back at them. So if we did 20% like this means there's a 20% chance that when a magic hit move is used on this actor, it's going to be reflected. Counterattack is the same thing, only it applies to physical moves. Next we have HP regeneration, which is going to be the amount of HP that's regenerated every turn. If we set it to 5%, it's going to be 5% HP regenerated every turn. If we set it to negative 5%, it'd actually be removing HP.
Regretting getting into game dev yet, Lucy? No, of course not. We're gonna make the best game ever, and then we're gonna profit, you know? We're gonna profit.
So you use this for something like poison.
Don't say you're donating or subscribing, you know?
Use this for something like
if anything, the audience could be the people that you regret me starting to make a game on, RPG Maker. Because you have to watch me do it. So if anything, it's like, you know.
Sort of magical healing item or healing sword or armor or state or something that gains the HP.
If you have any,
and the same thing applies to MP and.
If you have any, suggestions for my game, then throw them in the chat.
TP, just you can set to a positive or negative number to make the player or enemy gain or lose TP or MP throughout each turn. Whew. And finally comes SP parameters. These are by default start at 100% and can be brought down to like 0 or brought up to 1000, like so. I think so, right? No. Well, anyway, let's go through. So target rate, if this is set to 100, that means it's going to be a just normal 100 target rate. But if we set this to something like 150, it's going to increase the chances in which an enemy is going to attack this actor. So if it's set to 150, it's going to be a greater chance. If it's going to be set to 50, it's going to lower the chance. So you can use this to create like a state that decreases the target rate to make so it doesn't get hit as much, or increase the target rate to make so the enemies attack this person a lot more often. The guard effect, this is going to be how effective guard will be. 100% means it's just going to be the default guarding effect, which is going to divide all damage by 2. But if we set it to 200%,
I combined Little Mermaid with My Little Pony, and I got My Little Mermaid. Because of course I would do this.
it's going to double that. So it's going to be divided by 4, I believe. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it'll double the effect of the guard effect. And the guard effect occurs when you use the skill guard and use this specific tag right here, which is guard state 100%. So going back to our actors, going back here, we're going to go back to our SP parameters. Next is recovery effect. This is how effective recovery will be. 100% will be the default amount. We'll set it to 200. That means it'll get double recovery. So you can once again make like an armor that gives double recovery than usual. Also have pharmacology. This going while recovery effect should affect, say, like, I'm not sure what this affects actually.
Recovery effect. How effective healing is. For example, if it is 200% when you use either heals 15 HP, it will actually heal 30.
Wow, this is bad. Well, I believe recovery effect affects
Magic.
Pharmacology, or whatever this is, affects items, and recovery effect affects skills. I'm so sorry, I should know this. But anyway, MP cost rate. If this is set to 100, MP is going to cost normal amount defined in the skills tab.
Like, oh, never mind. The first one had 1 million views actually.
But if you set it to 200, it's going to cost double. Or if you set to 50, it's going to cost half. So once again, you create an armor, a weapon, a state that like restricts or increases the amount of MP costing for each skill. Same thing applies to TP charge rate, except it's going to be how much TP is charged every time the player is damaged. Once again, it's going to be 100% for the default amount of TP that's recharged every time the player is hit, or it can be set to something like 10 to make it so it's really low, 200 or 299 to make it so that's going to make it so the TP is recharged a lot more when the player is hit with an attack. Physical damage, this is going to increase the damage in which an actor or enemy receives physical damage. So if it's set to 200, 200, this actor will receive double physical damage. If it's set to 50, like so, this actor is going to receive half of normal physical damage. Same applies to magical damage. Remember, these are both affected by the hit type, so physical hit, magical hit. Floor damage, this is going to affect how much damage is taken from outside of battles, such as if you have an event in which a player walks onto, it causes damage to the entire party. If you set this to 50, it halved that damage. If you set it to 200, it doubled the damage from the floor. And finally comes experience. By 100%, this will just be the normal amount of experience. 50%, this will make it so this person gains, just say, half of the normal experience when they win a battle or whatever. And 200% will make it so this person will gain double experience. And so you can use this in, like, once again, like an armor that we want to have, like, super increased experience. Perhaps you have an actor with, like, a super ability and makes so they gain double experience or half experience. You can use this. Next is the attack tab, and all of these right here affect your normal attack. Now, to determine what a normal attack is, if we go to our skills, we'll find this little thing right here called add state normal attack. And this is a special built-in state that says that, hey, this skill is going to be a normal attack and it's going to be affected by the traits that affect normal attacks. So going back here, going back to the attack tab, we'll find that we have the attack element, which is going to affect the element that's going to be used in terms of damage for your attacking. Attack state, which means the chance in which when this user uses their attack, there's a chance that it will actually add a state using this attack. So if you created a special sword that may give poison by 60% every time they use a normal attack, you can do that. Attack speed is just going to add speed onto your normal speed whenever you use a normal attack. So we set it to 200. This actor, or if you use it on an enemy, that enemy will gain an extra 200 speed when using their normal attack. And finally, attack times. This can be additional times an attack is used. So for example, if this is set to 3, and the player uses their normal attack skill, or a skill that has an attack flag, that means it's going to gain an additional attack times. Whew. Next comes the skills. Now this is pretty simple. Similar to how weapons have certain types that require you to have them equipped, the same thing applies to skills. Currently by default there's only 2 types, which is magic and special, but by adding this you can make so, hey, now this actor can use magic skills, or they can use special skills right here. Furthermore, you can also seal skill type, which keeps...
Wait, do the what thing? What do you want me to do?
them from using any types of skills that they may have that have in one of these 2 things. Add skill, which is going to just add the skill to the player's arsenal of skills when this thing is equipped. So if it's set to add skill heal on like a weapon or armor, equipping that weapon and armor gives that skill. And once again, seal skill, which of course, once again, it makes it so if you have that skill and you equip this weapon, armor, or have this state, you can no longer use that skill. Oh. Next comes the equip tab, same thing. Equip weapon, you can choose what types of weapons this player is allowed to equip. Equipped armor, you can select the types of armor this player is allowed to equip. Lock equipped, this makes it so that a specific slot on your actor's armor pretty much is not able to be changed. So if this is set to shield, that means this actor cannot change your shield. And if we also have the seal equipped, instead of not being able to change it, they actually can't use anything on that specific thing. So if you create like a double-handed sword, you can like seal the shield type right here, making it so this actor cannot use a shield type, assuming you have that trait within the sword weapon traits. Finally, we also have slot type, and this just makes it so you can have a dual wielding, which means the shield is going to be
slot type.
replaced with another weapon slot. It's just another built-in thing that you can use. Finally, we get to the others tab. Now here comes a very complex thing called action times. Now action times, for each time an actor has an action times on like a weapon, an armor, or a class, it's all going to be separate, and each one's going to be calculated separately. But what do, you ask? Well, they have a chance of adding another action for your turn. So if this is set to 50%, this means this actor, when they have a turn, there's a 50% chance they'll get another turn. Now if they had 50% on here and then 50% on the sword, that means both chances will be run separately. So there's a chance that they get 3 attacks if like all 3, if they have the normal attack, plus the actor attack trait and the weapon attack trait plus, then you have 3. On the other hand, it's possible that 1 is true and 1 is false, so then you only have 2 attacks, or perhaps both of the chances fail and you are stuck with the default 1 attack action thingy. Next comes the special flags. These are just very special flags that can affect like an actor or an enemy. So auto battle will make it so this actor will automatically battle for you and don't have to touch anything. Guard, this will mean that this is going to be like a special guarding state and the actor's going to have the guard effect turned on for them. We can have substitute. This means this actor will actually sometimes guard and protect certain actors when they're at low HP. And finally we have preserve TP. And this makes so this actor preserves their TP outside of battle. By default, TP is randomized and brought down to a very low number at the beginning of each battle, but if you preserve it on an actor, then that makes it so TP is saved outside of battle. We also have collapse effect. This is actually specific for enemies and can customize different collapse effects for each enemy. And we also have party ability. This makes it so this party gets a special ability if this actor is inside the party. Encounter half makes it so the encounters are half of the chance of normal encounters. Encounter none removes all encounters. Cancel surprise makes it so it's impossible for a surprise enemy attack. Raise preemptive means it raises the chances in which the actors may have a preemptive attack on the enemies. Gold double means the amount of gold gained from killing enemies is doubled. And double item and drop item double makes it so it's double the amount of dropped items from defeating enemies. Alright, so here we have it. We're all done. I don't really know what else to say. I would recommend also checking out the help file right here. So go to help contents. And here you can actually find a list of all those traits written out in text form. Once opened, you can actually scroll down this left side and go to where it says how to set traits. And this will give an explanation of all the traits. It won't give as much in-depth explanation as I attempted to give in this video, but if you ever get lost or confused, I'd recommend just coming here to dig a very...
Mm, mm.
General explanation. And if you have any questions, ask in the comments below. I know I didn't do a perfect job of explaining things, but I hope I gave you a general idea of how each thing worked. And that's all for this video. Until next time, RPG Maker tutorial. And
Oh, switches is an important one. This is an important tutorial.
okay, so hello, my name is Bob. You cannot pass until Joe says you're allowed to. Well, alright, then let's go ask Joe if we're allowed to pass. Hello, Joe. Hello, I am Joe. You're now allowed to pass. Alright, cool, so let's go back and pass then. Hello, my name is Bob. You cannot pass until Joe says you're allowed to. But Joe said we're allowed to. So we got a little situation going on here. Bob is not letting us pass until Joe says he can pass, but Joe is already saying we can pass no matter what. So what's going on here? And the answer is, there's no way for Joe to actually tell Bob, the event, that we're allowed to pass. But he will be able to today, because today we're going to be learning about switches, which are going to be a global database of these things that can turn on and off that each event can access and manipulate in order to check and see how things are going on. It's a little hard to explain, but just imagine this. Say we talk to Bob, he's going to check to see if switch 1, for example, is turned on or off. If it's turned off, that means he's not going to let us pass. But if we talk to Joe, Joe's going to turn switch 1 on, and then when we go back, Bob is then going to see switch 1 is turned on, and then let us pass.
Yeah.
And that is a basic concept of how switches work. Like I said before, they're going to be pretty much a global database throughout your game that your events will be able to use to manipulate each other. So let's get straight into it. To start off, we're going to go straight into our Joe event right here and make so he turns on switch 1. Quite literally. We're going to go to this thing right here called Control Switches within the first tab. When we press on it, we'll bring up this very small little window. We'll click on this little place right here, and you'll notice we have all these lists of all these numbers. And each number represents a switch. So for example, we choose number 1 right here. We can give it a name. We can not give it a name. It depends on you. And we'll call it, for example, my switch. Ooh, whoa. Switch. There we go. So number 1 is now called my switch. And I'm going to set my switch on as opposed to off, or we're going to hit it on. Hit OK. And now, when we talk to Joe, at the very end of all of his dialogue, he's going to turn number 1, my switch, on. And now, we can make so Bob can check to see whether the switch is turned on or off, and then make actions accordingly. Now, keep in mind that at the beginning of your game, all of your switches are going to be turned off. So switch 1 will not be turned on until we talk to Joe, which means if we go into Bob, we can make so he's not going to let us pass until switch 1 is turned on. And how are we going to do this? We have quite a few amount of options, but let's try this. I want you to go up here and click New Event Page. And that's going to create a new event, pretty much, in this same event. Now, you're probably thinking, a new event page? That means you're just going to add more events onto the same event? And the answer is, not really. Instead of just adding, more events to the current event, this is actually going to create an entirely new event that will appear on this spot if a certain condition is true. So, for example, if we go over to the conditions box right here, choose my switch right here and hit OK, that means this event will be here if my switch is turned on.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this event will be here. And the way it works is pretty simple. It's going to go to the highest numbered page, say page 2, and check its condition first. If it's true, we're going to see page 2 event right here. Otherwise, we're going to see page 1's event. So, as you can see, page 2 is just going to be a completely blank event. It's going to have below character's priority, triggered action button, and nothing's going to happen. So for the most part, it's completely unnoticeable to the player. On the other hand, if my switch is turned off, we're going to be seeing our Bob character right here blocking our path. But that's enough wasting.
You'll be right back. Go grab a drink. Grab a drink. So I'm thinking already of a few switches. Also, I think I have a piece of a pizza. Yeah.
Time, let's see this in action. So to start off, let's go meet our friend Bob right here. He's gonna tell us we're not allowed to pass because Joe hasn't given us permission yet. So let's go up to Joe and ask for permission. He'll say, "Hello, I am Joe, you're not allowed to pass." And when we go back down, we'll find that Bob has mysteriously disappeared. We can walk over top of his event and go into the house, and we have been allowed to pass. And the reason for this is like we discussed before. Joe is gonna turn switch 1 on, and when switch 1 is on, we're not gonna see our Bob event. Instead, we're gonna see our blank event on page 2 right here, which we can walk over, ignore, and not even see it exists. Now, this is the first way we can do this, but there's actually another way you can do this. In fact, let's try it out right now. So let's go to delete event page to delete page 2, and instead, we're going to create a conditional branch. To do so, simply go into the first tab, click conditional branch, and we're gonna be brought up to this huge new section with all these new tabs. All you need to worry about is this switch part right here. We're gonna check see if my switch right here is set to on, as you see right here. We'll hit OK, and now we're going to be brought to this little cool thing that's going to have this little space in between it. And this little space right here is going to be activated if my switch is on. So for example, if we click in here and say, Joe gave you permission, as you see right here, then we can do that when Joe has given permission. And then another thing we can do is we go to, say, like, our movement thing, which should be right around right here. We'll set it so this event moves left. We're gonna wait for completion, hit OK, and now when switch 1 is on, he's gonna say Joe gave you permission and move to the left. So starting off, Bob is going to say, "Hello, my name is Bob, you cannot pass," and all that stuff. But then he's not gonna say you have permission from Joe, and he moves left because the switch 1 isn't turned on. Well, if we go turn switch 1 on, like so, "Hello, I'm Joe, you're not allowed to pass." We'll go back, we'll talk to him again, he'll say the same stuff, "My name is Bob, you cannot pass," but then he's gonna say, "Joe gave you permission," then he's gonna move to the left, because switch 1 was turned on. Now we can go to the house, same as before. And that's another way we can make this happen. Now there's actually a third way we can do this, which would probably be the most effective and the one you want to do in your actual game, which is use an else branch in your conditional branch. So if you go into your conditional branch like I just did and hit space, you can open it back up to edit. You wanna go down here and click create else branch. So what's gonna happen is, if switch 1 is on, it's going to do all this stuff right here. The Joe gave you permission and set movement route. But if it isn't on, and it's the opposite of true, that means we're going to do this else branch right here. So for example, if you want to put this in here, cut this and paste it in here, now what's going to happen is, step 1 is going to check see if switch 1 is on. If it isn't on, it's going to do a default dialog, which is, "Hello, my name is Bob, and you cannot pass."
That's good.
But if it is
That's
on,
really
he's
good.
going to say, "Joe gave you permission," and move left. And that's really all there is to it. So now when we talk to him when switch 1 is off, he's going to say, "My name is Bob, you cannot pass." Then we're going to go turn on switch 1 by talking to Joe. So, "Hello, I am Joe, you're not allowed to pass." We're going to go back, and now he's going to skip the entire beginning dialogue and just go straight to the point, which is, "Joe gave you permission," and then he's going to move to the left. We're going to go in, we're going to be happy, this is going to be great, and everything's going to work perfectly. And that's pretty much how switches are going to work. Like I said before in the very beginning, there's just going to be a bunch of data that you can access or manipulate with each event, then each event can react to whether or not it's on and off. And that's how you can pretty much make it so your game is dynamic and things change over time. In the next tutorial, we're going to be going over the even more complex version of these switches, which is variables, which are pretty much switches, but you can set them to numbers. And they get bigger, smaller, left, right, up, down. It's gonna be crazy. And that's all for this video. If we walk outside, we'll go straight into Bob because he's still standing there, but we won't even care. And that's all for now. Until next time, bye.
Wow.
Now in the previous tutorial about switches, we fixed Bob and Joe's problem by making it so Joe turns on a switch, then Bob reacts to whether that switch is on and off. But there is a couple problems with this scenario. The first problem is, if we talk to Bob once, he's going to say he gave us permission, he's going to move to the left. But what if the player's a bad little player and they're going to go talk to Bob again? He's going to say he gave you permission, move more to the left. We can just keep making him move more and more to the left by keeping repeating the event by talking to him. And that's a bad thing. And not only that, if we go into the house and we go back outside of the house, we'll notice that, hey, Bob's back where he started and now we're standing on top of him. You can make that game design if you want, but I wouldn't recommend it. And how are we going to fix these issues? And the answer is variables. Variables isn't the answer, but I mean, we're going to use it anyway to show how they work in this tutorial. So like I may have mentioned in the previous tutorial, variable gave us permission, he's going to move to the left. But what if the player's a bad little player and they're going to go talk to Bob again? He's going to say he gave you permission, move more to the left. We can just keep making him move more and more to the left by keeping repeating the event by talking to him. And that's a bad thing. And not only that, if we go into the house and we go back outside of the house, we'll notice that, hey, Bob's back where he started and now we're standing on top of him. You can make that game design if you want, but I wouldn't recommend it. And how are we going to fix these issues? And the answer is variables. Variables isn't the answer, but I mean, we're going to use it anyway to show how they work in this tutorial. So like I may have mentioned in the previous tutorial, variables are like switches, but they're set to numbers instead of being set to simply on and off. And so instead of explaining it, let's get straight into it. Let's delete this switch and instead replace it with a variable. So we'll go to control variables under control switches. We'll go create a new variable. We'll set it so it's variable ID 1. We'll call it my variable. There we go. We'll hit OK, and we'll set my variable. We'll set it right here to set operation to 1. If you may have noticed, there's a whole ton of other stuff like add, subtract, multiply, divide, mod, variable, random, game data, script, all this crazy stuff. Don't worry about it. We're just going to set it to a constant of 1 and then hit continue. And now what's going to happen is, when this event is run and it gets to this point, our variable ID 1 called my variable is going to be set equal to 1. Which means we can now go into our Bob and have Bob react to whether the variable is set to 1 or set to 0, which is the default. Now, if we go in here, we can set it so our conditional branch will edit it. And instead of checking for my switch to be on, we'll check if our variable is equal to 1. It's that simple. My variable is equal to constant of 1. Let's hit OK. Now what's going to happen is, if variable is equal to 1, we're going to get permission and he's going to move to the left. Otherwise, he's going to say the default dialog, which is, he's Bob, and we can't pass until Joe says so. And that's cool and all, but it doesn't resolve the issue, which is, how do we make it so that this only repeats once, and then it does something else from that point on? And the answer is, we're actually going to get rid of this else branch. So let's remove these two events right here. So copy, paste, whatever, go into this event, and remove the else branch. So now what's going to happen is, if variable 1 is turned on, then it's going to do this stuff. Otherwise, it's just going to skip all this and do this stuff, whatever, you get it. So to address the problem, we're going to go in here, we're going to go to another conditional branch, and we're going to check if my variable is equal to 0, which is the default. So if my variable is equal to 0, we're going to do the default dialog right in here. So boop, boop, boop. If variable is equal to 0, we'll put it on top right here. Right now I'm doing Control X to cut and Control V to paste. It's that simple, just don't worry about it. So if my variable is equal to 0, you can do default dialog. If my variable is equal to 1, it's going to do the new dialog. But now we're going to do something else. Go back and make a third conditional branch. If my variable is equal to 2, then he's going to say, please enter the house. And so when is variable 2 going to be turned on? It's going to be inside the code for variable 1. So what we're going to do is we're going to say control variables, set my variable, set it to 2. So now it's going to play this once. It's going to say Joe gave you permission, move this event to the left, then set the variable to 2. Then it's going to say please enter the house. And then since variable 2 is still going to be 2 no matter what, it's going to repeatedly say please enter the house every time you interact with him. So let's go up to Bob. He's going to say, hello, my name is Bob. Incredible. You cannot pass. We're going to go up to Joe. We're going to ask for permission. Joe's going to turn variable 1 to 1, and then he's going to be like, you can now pass. Go back to Joe. Variable 1's going to be turned on, so he's going to say, you can now have permission, and he'll move to the left. Please enter the house. And now, when we go talk to him again, variable 1 will be still equal to 2, so he's going to continuously say, please enter the house, no matter what we do. So I guess let's just do what he says and go into the house. Except, yep, remember the second error, which is, oh boy, he's on top of us now, how are we going to fix this? And the answer is, we're going to go back into our room right here, go to this exit event right here and double click on it. Now by default, transfer events are created automatically, but you can manipulate them if you wish. I want you to go to the very top of this event, double click on the first one so we can create a new event, control variables, set my variable ID 1, set it to constant of 3. So now my variable, which is going to be variable ID 1, is going to be set to 3. It's going to be placed on the very top, which means when the player tries to exit this house, variable 1 is going to be set to 3. Now, when variable 1 is set to 3, we can go into Bob, we can create a new event page, make it so when variable, my variable, which is variable ID 1, is greater than 3 or equal to 3, then he's going to be using this blank event which doesn't affect us. So I think finally, we can now say that our Joe and Bob situation is resolved. Let's go test it out. So Bob's going to once again say, hello, my name is Bob, you cannot pass. We're going to go talk to Joe. Joe's going to turn variable 1 to 1 by saying, hello, I'm Joe, you may not pass. Now, since variable 1 is going to be set to 1, Bob is going to give us permission to pass, and then he's going to set variable 1 to 2, and then say, please enter the house. We're going to talk to him again, but it's going to continue to say, please enter the house since variable 1 is set to 2. Now we're going to enter the house, and when we attempt to leave the house, variable 1 is going to be set to 3 by interacting with this event right here. And now that variable 1 is set to 3, Bob has disappeared because variable 1 is now 3, and that triggers his disappearance or just lack of an event that appears when variable 3 is 1 is, yeah. You get the point. Did you like this tutorial?
Yeah,
I'm sure you
I
did.
think making Bob
Now,
disappear is a mistake.
For the most part, that's how variables work. They're going to get complex, yes. But by using them, you're going to create stuff like this, which is a dynamic, cutscene, or world interactive events, which will manipulate throughout your actions, events, whatever. You got it. Okay, cool. Yeah. We'll get into more of this later. I'm just going to move back and forth. Say hi to Joe. Where did Bob go, Joe? Where did he go?
We killed him. You killed him. You killed Joe.
So, the most asked question I've ever gotten for these beginner's tutorials is this. We got this NPC right here, let's go talk to the NPC, and the NPC says, here is some gold. And if we look in our inventory, we gained 100 gold. Except now when we talk to this NPC again, we're gonna get more gold. And when we talk to the NPC again, we're gonna get more gold. And the question is, how do we stop an NPC from giving us infinite amounts of gold, items, weapons, whatever they're giving us? And you should actually already know.
I mean, you use the conditional or a switch. It's basically the tutorial from last time, all over again. This is just an extension from the tutorial from last time.
Know how to do this. But let's just review anyway. So to start off, here is our NPC. It's a very basic player event NPC thingy. Let's go right here to where the dialogue is, gives us gold, and under here let's do control switches. Let's create a new switch. We'll call it stop giving gold. And as you can probably imagine, when this switch is turned on, this NPC will stop giving gold. So it's going to say, here's some gold, it's going to give us 100 gold, and then switch to stop giving gold, it's going to be turned on. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make a copy of this event page and paste it. And now we have a complete copy of this on page 2. Except instead of giving gold and setting switch 2 to on, it's just going to have a single dialogue. And this dialogue is going to be, I have given you gold. So this is what's going to appear after this NPC has given us gold. And to make this so this appears after we've gotten gold, simply set switch, my switch, which is going to be stop giving gold, as a condition. Now when this event is active, the first thing that's going to happen is the condition for page 2 is going to be checked. If this is false, then it's going to go on to page 1 and use this event. Otherwise, it's going to be using page 2's event. So say for example at the very beginning of your game, stop giving gold, the switch is going to be turned off. So it's going to be using page 1. And on page 1, we're going to be given some gold, 100 gold, then switch is going to be turned on. Then when it's turned on, it's going to be using the other event, which doesn't give us gold, and instead informs.
We're gonna create some events in the game now. We're creating the camp, and the camp is going to be an interesting place. So, what kind of stuff can we build here? I want the tent, yeah, I want the tent. The tent's gonna be somewhere around here. So we have our tent here. Let's start the game. There we go. So we're gonna have to create the entire, Oh, I managed to escape. So we have it's fire that I made to keep warm and to cook food. Then we have the 10 now. We have the bare minimum that we need for a game. Okay, so we're gonna create inside tent. Lucy tent. Inside. We are making a game. Hold on. Alright, we've done this, we've done this. Event. Wait, first let's just create the inside of the tent. Floor. Let's create the floor. Alright. This is going to be our tent. Alright, let's see. Vibration, transfer. Right. We're testing. Perfect. We cannot exit though. So we're gonna have to create the exit. Mhm. Yeah, now I do. This is my tent. Perfect. See? Alright. Now we have to add some stuff inside the... So we're going to add some stuff now, like a bed, some things that I really need. Well, not bed. Let's add like a sleeping bag or some crap. Stuff that you would have in a tent, right? Plasma TV. Wrong game. No, I might. It's gonna be a bed. But there's a reason for it. Mm-hmm. Mm. Right. 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 We have added some stuff. We're gonna have a lot of... The idea behind the game that I want to make is that you're going to be able to basically click on everything and get a reaction, and you're going to be able to interact with objects and create different effects. Does that make sense? You're going to be able to do various different things through the interaction with objects. What? What do you mean, come again? You're gonna be able to interact with your environment and Let me see the comments. God damn. People are crazy in the comments. Oh my god. 400 views on the Esmeralda video. Oh. So I guess I'm making money on this one. Excellent. I'm gonna make money on this video, I guess. Ah. The idea is you'll be able to click on everything and look at this. It's a doll I found while traveling. It's a doll I found while traveling. See? So okay, I guess we can new event page. It's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. We'll see. Add face. Add a smiling face. Okay. Now we test it. Right? Okay, so that I found while traveling. Wait, what's happening? I messed up something. Hold on. Then two. Oh, same as character. Now it should work. See? I made a mistake and I had to correct it. It's a doll I found while traveling. It's pretty cute. See? Isn't that cool? Now let's do that. If I click on the bed, I'll be able to sleep. That's the next thing I want to do. So I think in. Non. No price. Okay. I wonder if this is. I wonder if this will work. I'd like to believe this will work. Okay. Let's like make the bed into an inn. Wonder if this is the easiest way to just allow me to sleep in the bed. I like it, but the message is like. I like to change the message on this event. Yeah. There we go. Very easy. Very easy. Uh, I want to add one other thing. I want to add text. How do I add? Alright. So after this. Yes? No. Okay. So I delete this. Copy. Paste. Right, let's just it. Okay. This is my bed. Now we can even make it cooler, right? So now I can even show text, Lucy, smile, good night. Okay, let's see. Well, how do you like this? We're making nice progress with the bed. This is my bed. Sleep in the bed. Good night. Yay! What do you? Nice, huh? All right. So we got the bed figured out. We can also make her say something if I choose no. Okay, now we have to add some form of like yeah, discard event for now. Um, Oops, I could have. Could have sworn I saved my. Uh, weird. Where does RPG Maker and Z save my character creator data? Oh. Okay. So I have to go to C, users. Uh, RPG. We're gonna find it. I have to find my character data. We're working on it. Wait, hold on. I have to find the folder. Uh, okay. Generated. Uh, okay. Okay. Mm, oh, okay. RPG maker. Where's my? I swear I found those. You can make Lucy. I cannot find my character data. Even though I saved it. You know? It's very strange. I know. What the hell? Like what? That is very strange. This is so silly. How do I... Maybe. Where the... I have to Google it. I saved character things in RPG Maker and Z, but can't find it. Oh my god. Ah, Jesus Christ. This is so annoying. Alright, I'm looking. I'm looking for the file. Mm, It's still looking. Maybe I'll just Lucy. Because those are been the files that I have. Oh my god. Sorry about that. This is turning into a technical issues stream. I'm going to have to. Okay. Oh, yes, there you go. I found it. Hmm. Why is it in here? Ah, I get it. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, okay. Why isn't it loading? Why isn't it loading? I'm loading the file, but it's not loading. Okay. Now I found the file, but it just doesn't load. Mm. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, here it is. Okay. Now it loaded. So we're gonna add a facial expression. Mm, Mouth. Mm. 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 See, we've added an expression. Okay. So now we can make an event finally. Oh my god, this was should do the laundry soon. All this so that I can have this little text. Boom. Hold on. Same action. No, not below. Same as characters. Okay. Now we can test the game. Ugh. Oh my god, what's happening? I should do the laundry soon. See? How do you like that? How do you like the apples? It's pretty cute. This is my bed. Sleep in the bed? Yeah! Good night. Perfect. We're fighting the monster. Right, we did it. Okay, now we should add some more stuff to the thing, right? Don't you agree? Oh boy. So we have the thing here. Right. All right, we've done this. Wait, why isn't it working? Why did I do wrong? Oh, below. Oh god. I could have sworn that I turned it to same as character, but this jar contains essence. This jar contains essence. This jar contains essence. Um, mm, Here you go. Here you go. I'm gonna have to change the face here. Edit. Alright. We have changed this. This is my bed. It's a doll I find while traveling. This jar contains essence. I should do the laundry soon. See? A lot of interactivity.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Good night. I should do the laundry soon. Alright. How do you like the... For the people that are still here, how do you like the progress on the game? Are we doing nice progress? Yeah, smooth. I'm a smooth criminal.
Us that we've been given gold. Now, this is all perfect. It will work perfectly. But hopefully, you've seen the flaw in this setup, which is the fact that we don't want to have it so each individual event has their own switch they have to use. And what I mean by this is this right here. As you may notice, we have a limited supply of switches. I mean, we could change the maximum, give ourselves 100 switches, and we have 100 switches available for use. But in your game, you're going to have a lot of NPCs and events that are going to require much functionality and manipulation to make it so they do not repeatedly give you gold, items, weapons, etc.
Yeah.
So there's actually a second way we can actually do this, and the answer is by using self-switches. Now, if you recall from the switches tutorial, switches are going to be global data that all events can access.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, self-switches are individual switches that only affect each individual event. So what I mean by this is say, instead of doing control switches like this, let's go into the events, and let's do control self-switch right here. And we'll set self-switch A on. Now self-switch A is going to be for this event and this event only. The other events will also have their own self-switch A, but it'll remain off, while this event's self-switch A is turned on. So let's go to the page 2, let's go to the conditions, turn off our switch condition, and instead have our self-switch condition turned on. Make it so it's self-switch A, and we are good to go. So let's review, once again, what's going to be happening here.
Okay, perfect. We're gonna use this. We're gonna use this right now. We're gonna use our new earned knowledge to do a thing now. Okay. Okay, we're done.
We're going to have this first event active. It's going to give us some gold, then turn self-switch A on. Then, when this event is repeated, it's going to be using the second page.
Okay, second page. Okay. So we've done this. Perfect. Apply. Oh no. What now? What did I do wrong now? What did I mess up now? Uh, oh, that's strange. Hold on.
Since A on. Then have this first event active. It's going to give us some gold, then turn self switch A on. Then, when this is active, it's going to give us some gold, then turn self switch A.
Ah, okay. Now I get it. Ah, I did something really stupid. Okay, let's go. Of course. I made an impossible event. This jar contains essence. Oh god. I forgot to do so many things. Same as character. See? You can see me mess up in real time. This is why you need to playtest this crap. All the time. This jar contains essence. I am starting to run out. I will need to head out and replenish soon. I'm starting to run out. I will need to head out and replenish soon. Pretty cute. This is not bad. Good night. I'm gonna be using self switches a lot. Alright. Of course these are placeholders. I'm gonna have to create a lot of assets myself. But looking good so far, right? So far so good. We've been creating a game for 3 hours, so I guess we will finish it for now. I'll save. And I guess we're gonna do something else now. How was this? How did you like the RPG Maker session? So far so good, huh? Shall we play a game now? A bit. Bushu, 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 bushu. Oof, that was great. Oh yeah, let's do some slop. Hold on. Let's do some slop content. And then we can do the news. Then we can switch to politics. This is great. There you go. Young Omni-Man faced his parents. Prison Sunday is live. Oh, we're watching Bosch.
With the word King Critical in it. In a stream, we will do it. And the reason why it is so high is because I really don't want to. Because if that stream is 14 hours long, my stream will be, well, my coverage will be 30 hours long. And it will switch up to a different thing every week. So once upon a time we had 20 some hours of covering What If Altis breakdown. That would have been an example.
Oh no.
That will be on President Sunday Dark, which is the variety nonsense channel. And I will despise every one of you who donated towards that. Yeah, I did do that one for free, so I apparently am a danger to myself. All right. Anywho, so we are starting fresh every single day. It starts fresh. We are at 0. We get to 300. We're there. That's how it works. I've also explained previously, the theory meter works differently now.
Uh-oh.
The instead of switching to a theory segment, if we get $100 to skip to theory, what that actually means, I'm going to change the text for that, is you get a theory-themed fireside chat within a day. I will just do one. I will just explain a theoretical concept, give a take on a theoretical concept, and that's how that will work. So we're at 20 now. If we get to 80, with 80 super chats with the word theory in the title, it can be cumulative. So if 40 of you give $2, there we go. We're at 100. Then you will get a pre-prepared video on some theoretical element. Drama will mean that we open up a President Sunday Dark stream, and we go cover a drama topic. So like it could be people snarking Nick to Oreo or whatever. Something like that. That's how that works. That's how we're keeping the lights on. Except not really, because we also have a Patreon. Linked in the description, where all of the pre-prepared content will be in advance, early. There is currently an essay there that's 20 minutes long that's a preview. It's an Angela Collier response. It's the first part of it on the social contract. So if you're interested in that, you can subscribe to the Patreon.
Now watching Bosch.
And that is how stuff is going.
Perfect.
From now on. I'll work out a pithy way to
what are you doing?
show that in future, so I'm not blabbing for this long. But back to the Suds.
Is the upper middle class in the Revolutionary War. You know, all the founding fathers were ginned up on Enlightenment thinking. You had people who were willing to make an argument against what we were experiencing, but now
They had slaves, actually, Wash.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you've got Twitter commies, I guess, but outside of that, can people really imagine the alternative? This is why I think the Democrats is a greater long-term threat. They don't do damage as much as the Republicans, right? And just like
They do damage exactly as much as the Republicans. You could argue that they give birth to the Republicans. But they do all the same things. Why do you think Trump was already situated to kidnap Maduro at the beginning of his term? The Democrats were fucking with the Venezuelans forever.
One-on-one, comparison between how much harm they do. The Republicans win out. But I think it's the Democrats' responsibility.
Is Kyle even a Sud, though? Isn't being a bumbling populist his whole shtick? Fair. Kyle's not a Sud. Kyle's just dumb. Kyle is dumb.
To look at what the Republicans are doing and to say, this is so bad that in order to preserve the Republic, we need to offer people the belief, the hope that we can recover, that there is an alternative to this. We don't need to spend the rest of our lives every 4 years fighting with just a collection of subhuman retards over whether or not it should be legal to...
Guys, don't worry, we can beat the Nazis. We can beat those subhuman retards. Are you listening to yourself?
rape people, or whether or not climate change exists. Like, this isn't a fight we need to have. And I think, unfortunately, the Democrats have done a very...
Bro? We did it? Oh, yeah. There you go. Thank you, Dr. Jones. Consider donating. Alright, let's go.
At pure_copium super chatted $5.73. Firu, Firula, Podgalgum
Yeah,
Svegla
consider
Sveglika.
donating.
Firuli, Na Galj Bumo Dosli C. Od Shay Dobi Zda Navik Jedini Su Galj Lag.
What?
I see we have entered into the realm of Sheogorath. We are doomed.
very bad job pitching that alternative.
Thank you for that very strange super chat, Pure Copium.
You know, they need to gin people up with something. I don't think they're going to deliver, right? Or I don't think that they're capable of fully committing to that. But even in their own self-interest, you'd think they'd give it a shot. You'd think they'd give somebody something to work with.
Yeah, so my question...
Sonny, this dude sent this chat to Brooks also. Let me see if AI can figure out what this is. This has to be like a thing, right? Copy. Copy here.
Gosh. Oh my god.
Oh, it is a thing.
What's wrong with the game? Oh, that's a- What is President Sunday doing?
Looks like a poem of some kind or a song.
Okay. What are you doing?
Huh. Weird.
question for you is, how many Democrats do you think are there in the proper place? Because from where I'm sitting, I feel like when we launched Justice Democrats and it was in Trump's first term, we kind of missed our window. We missed, like, when the revolt would actually happen, where the Democratic base no longer trusts Democratic leaders and you have these, like, outsider Democrats sort of rise up. And I see that window happening now. I see the rise of people like Graham Plattner, who's winning by, like, double digits against Mills, who's the handpicked Schumer candidate.
You think the Blackwater mercenary? You think the Blackwater mercenary? That's your okay? Sure thing, Kyle. That's it. That's the ticket. That's the ticket, Kyle. We got the Blackwater mercenary who's trying to do the Joe Rogan. We need to talk to men shtick. You think he's there? Okay, cool.
Candidate. I see people like Katabu Ghazaleh. I see people like Abdul El Sayed. I see people like Oliver Larkin is his name.
To an extent, I think Tallarico, because I think that, like, a willingness to speak against Israel is a willingness to speak against the complicity of the centrist Democrats.
Right. And so I guess my point is, even though it's the worst of times in many ways, I see a window opening that I didn't see previously, where there's no complacency among the new crop.
Brooks already told you Plattner has potential. Yeah, but he's wrong.
Of ascendant Democrats. The old guard is still there.
I take no pleasure in it. I will be proved right. He is wrong.
We still have to topple them. We still have to finish the job. But I see young Democrats who are coming up who actually do give me a little bit of hope. Now, it's possible that I'm being completely and utterly naive here, and the same cycle continues, where even if they get in there, then they sort of betray the movement and they go back to being standard Democrats. But I don't know, is my hope misplaced in your opinion, or do you feel like this is actually the Democratic Tea Party? Because I kind of think it is.
I hope so. I like a lot of these people, you know? I think it's so... This is the anarchist critique of entryism, right? Like, I'm sorry. You can have the best hopes, the best dreams, the best ideas. Once you enter the electoral system, once you try to improve the party from within, you get caught by all these incentive structures that...
That's not anarchist. That's not the anarchist critique. That's the fucking right-wing critique. Conservative sociologists recognize this. This is universal. This is not an anarchist point. Everybody knows this. It's very simple. As soon as you become invested in a system, you're invested in a system. That's it. Like, you think, oh, we're going to change American politics through this party. You are now a shill for the party. Even when the party completely betrays its values, you're going to stick by it, because in your head and with all of your investments, that is the hope for the future. And you will be a conservative for that party, even as the party becomes conservative. You will end up being right-wing as a quote-unquote Democrat. That's how that works. You will find any justification to excuse Democrats taking Israeli money, which is actually American money sent to Israel, sent back. Because, well, we need to beat the bad guys, right? How are we going to defeat genocide if we don't get into office? And how are we going to get into office if we don't do what the instigators of the genocide who have a lot of money tell us to do?
Drag you down, and eventually you're making the same compromises as the people who you're trying to replace. I don't know if that's going to happen. I do know that the Democratic electorate right now has not been sold on a widespread solution to the problem we have within this party. And
there is no solution. There is no solution. Everybody who talks about socialism or whatever as like, oh, well, these are the rules we need to put into place, is a fool. There is no solution. There is no policy that fixes things. It is the fount of all power in your society that is the problem. That leads inexorably to the conclusions that you are at currently. That's the problem. The problem is at the end of the day, the basis of the identity of every single human and non-human animal in your world is determined by its relationship to capital. It's determined by the particular manner in which its labor is exploited. That's it.
Your labor is
there is no
exploited.
solution. That's why Marx had no solutions. Do you see any solutions? If you actually read these people, no, they don't have solutions. They don't have plans. They advocate on behalf of certain parties that are agitating in particular ways because they see a pragmatic possible way of nudging things in the right direction. There are no solutions. Sunday, you're blackpilling? I am not blackpilling. That is not blackpilling. Okay, you can see I can blackpill if you want. That is not blackpilling. He's just fundamentally wrong. Blackpilling would be saying Vosh is correct, because if Vosh is correct, you are doomed. If Vosh is correct, you are royally screwed. There is no hope. If Vosh is correct, then literally the best you can hope for, is that some billionaire decides to fund someone who makes it so you spend $100 less when you go to the emergency room. That's what you got. Your biggest hope is Canada at this point. That's what Vosh offers. That's the best hope you have if Vosh is correct. And I gotta tell you, as a Canadian, it's not all it's cracked up to be.
Know that because if you take someone like AOC, much more popular than Schumer, if AOC ran for Senate against Schumer, she would win. I think
better than you, though.
Most people accept that. I think Schumer knows that. But right now, the most popular potential candidate for 2028 for the Democrats is Kamala Harris. And it's like, man, Kamala Harris is Schumer. Kamala Harris is Hillary Clinton. She is the same. She is Biden. She is everything that led to low turnout from the Democrats in 2024, everything that depressed their...
Red Unger? Which Unger?
Their engagement. So...
You'll have to narrow it down. Probably not.
Maybe people are ginned up on these individual, like, competent, do something Democrats. I don't know if they yet have this, like, an understanding of and disgust for what the centrist Democrats really represent. And we need that. And this is why I'm so critical of AOC. Not for anything she proposes in a positive sense, but in a negative sense, I think she should be critiquing party leadership more. Why the hell are Jeffries and Schumer still in their positions? Why the hell is there not more widespread outrage?
Right.
Nope.
Have you seen AOC's takes on Venezuela? I hope you got more than that, Vosh.
Nobody likes them. Their own people don't like them. The Clintons replace their unpopular leadership. I don't know why. It contributes the impression that the Democrats just run a loyalty club, where the most senior...
Of course they do. What are you, a moron?
Someone
Of course they
subscribed.
do.
Thank you for the subscription.
You think they don't?
Public
You don't?
Gubati.
You think there's no filter in place for people who aren't going to completely upset the network of connections that is the basis of their institutional power? Obviously, you know this because that's how you've survived this entire time, Vosh. There are people with written records of you sexually harassing them in DMs, and there are written records of you colluding with other people to make sure that nobody takes them seriously. You got banned from fucking Destiny's Discord for sexual harassment that you tried to bully that person into silence over. You called them subhuman too. You used your connections to bury that. Like, obviously, that's how this works. And Kyle just listens. That's because Kyle is dumb. He's dumb. He is dumb. There's nothing going on in here. He's just happy to be here. He's happy to be here. He's happy to have a nice set. He's happy that he gets a nice dinner after this. He's happy that he can sleep like a baby because he's in a comfortable mattress and he doesn't have to worry about the bills. Everybody here is happy to be here. Nobody here cares about what they're talking about. Nobody gives a shit. Why? Because if they did, they'd read a fucking book about it. They take some pains to know what they're talking about. They wouldn't just make shit up on screen live, misinforming millions of people. They would care about what they're talking about. There are people who make no money off of this, including this channel, by the way, who actually spend time, who spend tremendous amounts of time actually trying to understand what they're saying before they say it because they care about informing people and not misinforming people. These people don't. Nobody here is serious. All of these people, and not only that, they will be replaced. All of these people will get old, they will retire. They will appear on talk shows every so often. Oh, you were big in the 2020s as like a YouTuber? Can you tell us about that? That's all. These are actors.
I mean, that's true for
Shitty
everybody
actors.
without exception.
For losers. For losers who want to pretend to feel represented because nobody cares about them. Hate to break it to you. The thousands of people who watch Vosh go like, oh, well, this is what we have to do about policy. They don't do anything after that. They listen to him while they're doing the dishes. They listen to him while they're on the bus. They listen to a rich guy who uses his power to sexually harass people, who misinforms people because he knows that people are so desperate for any sort of validation that they won't call out someone who tells them stuff that's blatantly wrong because then they won't be part of the club anymore. Like, that's it. That's it. Full stop. I'm feeding snakes right now. Well, that's better than doing the dishes.
Your geriatrics get leadership because it's their turn, and the will of the party has nothing to do with it. And that's
No, your geriatrics get leadership because they've been there for a very long time, and they've networked with a lot of people, and they have a lot of capital at their disposal, and people have invested in them. That's why.
stuff depresses me. I don't know if we're on the eve of a solution.
There is no solution. You're not on the eve of anything.
Yeah, so I think the part that's not depressing to me is that I do.
If a Democrat gets into office, you are going to see essentially a milder version of everything that has taken place so far. Because the Republicans have created a bunch of new toys that the Democrats are not going to put down willingly. Trump made a personal army for the federal government, for the executive branch. You think any Democrat's going to want to get rid of that? They're still talking right now about how it needs to be funded. ICE didn't exist until relatively recently, but they're still talking about like it needs to be funded. They're not getting rid of anything. They're not going to change anything. There's going to be no change at all. Not really. It'll be less apparent for Americans. Americans will be relatively comfortable with the misery that America is inflicting on other people at an increased intensity as a result of what Trump has done.
You see in the new crop more of a willingness to say we need like a page one rewrite here. I mean, I brought up Plattner. He's probably the best example where he's like crusading against the Iran war. He's calling Chuck Schumer out. He's willing to mix it up. I just saw Ro Khanna earlier on Twitter today was fighting with people who were saying it was anti-Semitic to mention
He's
the
good.
Epstein class and stuff like
Ro.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess my point is these old taboos are shattering. Now, they should have shattered a long time ago in the Trump era because it's like to have any sort of taboos like that when Trump clearly, like, there is no playbook and he says whatever he wants. It's kind of crazy. The Democrats are slow to learn. But I do think we are getting to a place like that now where there's a sort of default recognition of the Republican Party, certainly among the entire Democratic electorate, like the voting base, that the Republican Party truly is a terrorist, fascist,
Demonic,
imperialist,
right,
death cult, like absolutely demonic.
Anti-life.
And so that is spurring Democrats to have to be a little better than they were in the past, no?
No, I do think so. I think that the understanding that Republicans aren't just like because this was the myth that the centrists wanted to push, that the Republican Party was filled with good people and they
Right.
disagreed with Democrats on how to do the same fundamental
Right.
things, to lower prices, to make the country better, whatever. In reality, they just want to maximize corporate profits and child rape. As long as those two lines are going up there, they're fine. That's it. That's all they care about. They'll burn the country down if they can get those two things. So knowing that they're a terroristic entity, which I completely agree with, yeah, I think a lot of even liberal Democrats, right?
Damn, Vosh isn't dead. I understand why Stephen can still debate. There's absolutely no standards. America produces a massive surplus of extremely bad people. Extremely bad people. Racists and fascists on the one hand, and ressentiment-fueled losers who desperately want to have a hit of feeling like they have power on the other. And those people gravitate to Vosh and Destiny. America is full of these people. Full of them.
Resentment.
Like fleas.
Like the constituency, they're waking up to that. And what we need to see is that translate into results at the ballot box, because that does not gel with having Chuck Schumer as your Senate Majority Leader. I think that we're going to enter a dark period for a while because there is this spark, but we are not yet at a point where the competent Democrats, the do-something Democrats, can affect their will electorally.
You're not getting there. That's never going to happen, Vosh. You still think America is the main character. You are a part of the problem. You are at the center of things. You are reliant for your lifeblood. You are reliant for your successful
Only
way
for
of
an
life
American,
on
yes, you could say
the
that
same
America is the
power
main
that puts
character.
Trump into office.
Like for a typical Polish person, Poland is the main character.
And has allowed the Democrats and motivated the Democrats to brutalize innocent people around the world for decades. And decades and decades and decades. Back to the slave trade. That's where that's you.
So we might be in for 4, 8, I don't know, 12 years of people on the left essentially saying,
Is Canada full of fascists and or resentment-fueled losers? Yeah, but most of them are Chinese.
why?
No, yes. Yes, we are. In fact, we produce some of the best ones. You're welcome. Jordan Peterson. What's his name? That debate me guy. My brain's not working. The guy who had like wife drama a couple years ago.
Why won't you realize we're right? How long will it take?
Are you
And
Canadian?
every election
Professor Zhang, I think, has Canadian citizenship, no?
cycle, things shift more and more towards us, but there's going to be so much suffering
Crowder. There you go, Stephen Crowder.
Steven
along
Crowder
the way.
is
And maybe a
Right.
couple of really bad Democrat presidents, like Newsom types, who just reinforce the point, but they get people's hopes up and then they get disillusioned.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah,
a
will they
Crowder.
and like will they be able to pantomime being us? That's the thing, right? Because if Newsom is able to successfully be able to pantomime
Kyla's not a fascist. She's just dumb.
being one of us, then I agree he can dupe the Democratic electorate and probably get in there. But I've already seen signs of like, I don't know if you could pull it off.
Israel.
And it might be the case that, well, exactly, it might be the case that Newsom,
Sorry, what?
if Newsom is able to successfully be able to pantomime being one of us, then I agree he can dupe the Democratic electorate and probably get in there. But I've already seen signs of like, I don't know if you could pull it off.
Israel.
And it might be the case that, well, exactly, it might be the case that Newsom is going to be like the most wrong I ever was when I thought DeSantis might be the nominee for the Republicans in 2024. Yeah, 2024, right? I think it might end up being like that, where, like your point on Israel, he criticized Israel tepidly. He gets pushback. He immediately comes out and his spokesperson's like, he actually wants to defend Israel more than anybody else does. And so that's my hope, right? Is that the Kamala types and the Gavin Newsom
Paradise not a fascist. Fascists believe in things. That's not true.
types, while they will try to sort of mimic the way
Fascists don't believe in anything fundamentally. You're giving them too much credit. Fascists aren't people who have an ideology and ideals and are mistaken. Fascists are people. Oh, what's this? Are you gonna work there? Do you think the concept of rhizome can be used to replace social organization like state in the capitalist economy? The rhizome has lots of capacity.
Let me listen
I think
to
the
this.
rhizome is a way of understanding social organization. I think the state is arboreal in its structure, in its institutional form. But when you're talking about like rhizome versus arborescent, what you're talking about specifically is like, do you understand a thing in terms of its top-down, order-imposing sort of that sort of relationship, or do you understand it in terms of the libidinal connections, sort of horizontally with other things? Does that make sense? I would sort of reject the framing of the question, but thank you very much. I appreciate the donation.
We are.
Let's see.
I don't think they have it in them. I think they're going to shoot themselves in the dick. And then I think when they do
Also,
that,
I don't agree that fascists do not believe in anything. There are quite a few things that fascists believe in.
you leave the lane wide open. Like, in a weird way, think about it like with the election of Barack Obama. He genuinely and sincerely came out of nowhere, where everybody expected Hillary Clinton was going to win that election. Then here comes this, like, young senator who hasn't even been in the Senate that long, and all of a sudden he fucking, barnstorms his way to victory. And I think we're sort of primed for something like that now, where it could be like a politician who comes out of nowhere, who says the right things and believes the right things. It could be a celebrity. It could be somebody we're not even thinking about or talking about right now. I almost feel like Kamala at the top and Newsom at the top at this moment is almost like a placeholder from name recognition, in the same way that, like,
fully.
Rudy Giuliani was leading in the 2008 Republican primary. Then the second the fucking thing starts, he
And Indian science we learn on Twitter.
falls off a cliff.
I think that the Israel is both a blessing and a curse here within the Democratic Party, because Zionists are so whiny. It's really tough for people like Newsom to feign being on the left, because the moment even a milquetoast critique of Israel, every donor group, every funding group, every consultancy group, they all step out and they're like, you can't say that, sir. How dare you? And then they have to walk.
I should clarify though, Cosmo. This is or Cosmic, pardon me. Cosmic. This is a take by someone who has read Anti-Oedipus, but I would not pretend to fully understand Anti-Oedipus.
Okay, back. So it's really easy to tell there, because they demand like total loyalty, absolute fealty to the state of Israel. But on the negative side, there is so much pressure out there, man. I can't imagine. Like, we only catch glimpses of it from the outside. They are probably squashing so many potential presidential hopefuls, like Van Leyen, for example, right? There are so many people, I think, who could potentially run a really good presidential campaign for 2028 from the Democratic side, who are probably facing a lot of internal pressure. And they need to fight that, because if that's the line, like, if you cannot be a Democratic president without bending the knee to some extent, then we're caught in a death spiral. Like, at the very
yeah, you already are, Wash. Catch up to the fucking 80s. What is wrong with you? Like, what? What is wrong with you? How do you like, now we're caught in a death spiral? Just all of a sudden? Guys, I think we got a problem here. Guys. I think the Democrats are compromised by capital. I think the Democrats are being paid off by AIPAC and stuff like that. I think there's billionaires who are fucking around with things. Taylor Lorenz was debating with Destiny the other day, saying that, look, guys, I don't take dark money. I can tell you exactly which billionaire is funding me. What planet are we on? What year is it?
at least until 32, we're caught in a death spiral.
So the good news, though, is AIPAC has recently...
What was the date of this conversation? This is 4 days old.
...had to get creative. And so they've had
I
to...
guess this is probably a segment, but I bet it was put up basically the same day or the day after. So I'm going to say 5 days old at the latest.
Like, run ads against the candidates they dislike that don't mention anything to do with Israel because they know how unpopular Israel is
Creating
among
other
Democratic
packs with
voters.
different names or like
Yeah.
feigning progressive. Yeah.
Right.
That's not new. That's not new. That's not new.
So to me, that's a sign of like, oh, these motherfuckers.
Do you ever feel like people measure societal shifts in months or years instead of decades? I feel like people measure it in terms of decades. I feel like people talk about the 90s and the 2000s and the 2010s and the 2020s. God, I'm old. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
are on the retreat. They're still on the offense in the sense that they're trying dirty tricks in order to fool Democratic voters into electing the wrong people. But that shows that they can't just forthrightly argue for the things that they believe in because it's totally out of lockstep with the Democratic voting base. So I take some solace out of that. I guess one of the things I'm concerned about is I wish I was wrong about this, but my gut instinct tells me we're going to deal with another scenario where even if we get a great Democratic president, that you're going to have another Obama scenario where they go, we look forward, we don't look backward, and we're not going to criminally charge all the people who literally just went on a 4-year-long crime spree. And that to me, I almost want it to be a litmus test in 2028 that you need to openly be on the record. We're going to prosecute, we're going to investigate.
Whoa, we received a donation. Thank you very much for the $20 from Fake Alec Cal Parker. Thank you very much. Only pervert Russians want to sneak other people. That's true. Thank you very much for the $20, Fake Alec Cal Parker. I appreciate it. It helps me to pay rent. It really does.
Prosecute Elon Musk. We're going to go after Stephen Miller. We're going to go after Donald Trump. We cannot let this fucking criminal syndicate get away with everything they've done. Because if we do, then genuinely and sincerely, there is no more United States. There is no more rule of law. It's just you have an emperor and they decide anything and everything and they don't care about the Constitution.
No, I
Got some bad news for you, buddy. Got some bad news for you. Got a lot of bad news for you. Decades of bad news for you, in fact. Decades and decades of bad news for you, in fact.
That is a litmus test for me. I'm not voting for any Democratic presidential candidate who's not pledging that.
Well, good to know what your price is. And it's cheap.
You're completely correct. We literally don't have a country if this is the standard. If every 4 years the Republicans
I'm sorry. Are you saying in advance, unless you're saying in advance that you will not vote for Plattner on principle because his actions have spoken louder than his words, you are literally just saying, yeah, just say the word. Just say the right thing, Democrat candidate. And we'll give you the keys to the kingdom, and then you can be Trump. But smarter.
I mean,
have the opportunity to rape the country to death, and then afterwards they just get away from it. The next Democratic candidate, we saw what happened when
when do we stop this and get Brooks on? In like 5 minutes.
With Biden, right? With Merrick Garland. We saw everyone was so hyped up. Trump was incredibly unpopular, even to an extent with Republicans after Jan 6. Everyone was like, oh my God, I can't believe he did that. Fox News wasn't defending him. There was a window of time where the culture turned against him. And everyone thought, okay, well, Biden's going to come in. Merrick Garland's going to annihilate him. Like everyone affiliated with this is going down. This is going to be unthinkable. Like no one will ever do this again because Trump just fucked up. If he had won, maybe there'd be a different outcome, but he lost. So now he and everyone around him is going to get eviscerated. Then nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. And now look where we are. This is what happens when you let lawlessness fester. Any Democratic candidate who refuses to enforce the law, I don't think is worthy of being president. I think that the idea that we can allow these people to get away with this is insane. I want every single gas station receipt, these president who does not, because I think the long-term consequences, look, don't get me wrong, not a choice I want to have to make, and probably not a choice the universe is going to force on me. But I think the long-term consequences of letting the most criminal presidential administration in history by a long shot get away with it is far worse than almost any other outcome. It's like the doomsday scenario. They're just going to do it again. You're telling them to do it again because all they're doing right now is winning. Like Trump is unpopular. Sure. Yeah. His poll numbers are going down. The country's falling apart. He doesn't care. All the people around him, every time there's a market spike and then a dip, everyone around.
That's not true. He cares.
On Trump who insider traded to, buy the dip beforehand.
Did the 140 you got for that few days ago count? No. God, no. God, no, this resets every single day. I don't want to do this. You need to understand, this hell of the way thing, I don't want to do this.
he always says that. And then he delights in doing it. Do not believe President Sunday when he says, I don't want to do this. Okay.
That's why the price is so high. If I do this, that 14-hour stream, that will be 30 hours of content. I don't want to do this. I would rather eat this cloth, okay, that I'm using to wipe my desk. I do not want to do this. I don't want to do this, okay?
Yes, he does.
So if we get $300 in a day, I will do it. I don't want to do it. My hope is that you don't. The thing I'm covering will shift next week, okay?
They get $100 million. They're going to walk away. They don't care. They'll just do it again. They don't care how the country's
Have a good night, Cliff.
doing. They're winning. They're winning and they're laughing at us and they're fucking kids. And the idea that they can just get away with this it's unconscionable to me.
Totally agree. Now,
I don't think Vosh understands that we can't go backwards and reseal the illusionary box of constitutional democracy. Vosh doesn't know anything about his country's history. Like, he literally doesn't know anything about his country's history. Vosh will say, without a hint of irony, we won, quote unquote, with respect to the history of colonialism, while being Polish/Irish. I'm not entirely sure. It's like, no, dude, you lost first. You were the testing ground. You lost before the American natives did. Like,
let me
Interesting. What does President Sunday know about Polish history?
ask you this.
now you've done push-ups. You do sit-ups. $5 for a sit-up. I really don't want to. I'll do a push-up stream next stream. Okay. I'm not feeling great today. I've had like very poor sleep. I've been working my ass off. I have to record a video on the Angela Collier thing tonight. I need to get another like 10 or so minutes out. Not tonight.
So
Eating the cloth must be like 200. I am not eating my cloth. Thank you.
my reading of the situation is that I genuinely think the empire is already over.
You can't pay me enough.
Like, in name, it still
$100,000. Okay.
might be occurring. The dollar might still be the world reserve currency, but I think the groundwork is already laid and the seeds are already planted where, like, it's going to blow up. It's going to eventually, the dollar is no longer going to be the world reserve currency. Eventually, all of our allies are going to, like, run into the loving arms of China. And
Desire is not right. I think you mean Rhizombic Sunday. It is more schizo.
What?
I don't think desire is necessarily either. Desire, like everything is desire, right? In Duluth, everything's desire. So like even like the rhizomatic relationships are relationships of desire. Arborescent relationships are relationships of desire. Everything's desire. It's like it's Spinozist.
and totally abandon us. And like, this is what happens when you launch a trade war against your allies, when you don't give a shit about your own treaties that Trump hit.
Shit. Oh, we hit the 5-minute mark. Okay. All right. We gotta stop with this horrible thing. We're gonna cover the other. I'm gonna tell you who we're gonna cover next.
Oh.
So Destiny is now apparently getting into Nick Land. Oh boy.
That's enough.
Oh.
That's enough for President Sunday for tonight. That's enough. Animation YouTube is dying. Oh. Clownfish TV from 5 days ago. Also, animation YouTube is not dying. Animation YouTube has been dead for years. Okay? Don't at me. Clownfish TV, a bunch of very right-wing culture war people. But let's see. But yeah, YouTube is not a great place for animators. It has never been. Maybe a long time ago it has been, but animation YouTube has been dead for years.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And we're going to talk about YouTube animation being in massive decline. And there are a lot of things going on here. I know I've had some people
YouTubers film at AI as popular animation channels demonetized.
reach out to me saying, hey, a lot of animation channels are being wrongfully demonetized on YouTube, which if a channel's demonetized, YouTube is not incentivized to show it to people because they're not going to make money, right? So that's one part of it. The other part is just a lot of the old school animation channels. Like we talked about the Odd Ones Out. His channel is not doing very well. This guy
No one's of response after animators claim entire team was suddenly fired.
has like 20 million subscribers. He had a Netflix deal, he had a book deal, he had merchandise, he had games, all that stuff. And he just had to lay off almost his entire staff this month. And his views are down to, I looked into it, down to 25 million a month, which sounds good, but then you look into it and like 18 million of those are shorts and they don't pay for crap.
No.
So, you know, there's some other metrics we're going to look at. But, yeah, I mean, I have a theory as to what's going on here. But it's just a theory, but we'll talk about it. So before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, get woohoo if you do. Now,
cultural
we have been
war-oriented
saying
channel.
that YouTube is the place to go, or at least social media is the place to go if you want to, I guess, have a proof of concept of your animation. But as far as being a destination and just putting it on YouTube and just hoping to monetize it that way, you got to realize that YouTube is changing. And it's not changing for the better, and that includes everybody. It's
YouTube
not-
has always been hostile to animators because animation is very long. Animation is a process. Animation is basically like growing your own grass, and watching an animator work is like watching like watching the grass grow. And YouTube wants very quick, snappy, everyday, preferably everyday content. YouTube wants you to shit out content all of the time, and that's just not viable for animators. Animators cannot crap out very quickly animation
just
regularly.
animation people. It's not just commentary channels like ours. The guy in charge right now is very, very fond of AI, and he's apparently letting AI do a lot of the work, which is leading to a lot of channels getting wrongfully demonetized. And
Yeah.
Yes.
they don't give a shit.
But that's been a problem for years as well. That's been a problem for quite a few years as well. That's not new. That is not new in the slightest.
They don't care. So this was a month ago, and we'll go out and look at the petition here. YouTubers are fuming as AI is flagging popular animation channels. They said a lot of popular animators have been demonetized by YouTube. And this was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. They're blaming the platform's AI moderation tools.
Yes.
They
It's
said
not
losing.
just animation. Other channels have been caught up in this as well.
Right. This is what I want to
Yeah,
talk about. I
of
think
course.
think the animation channels are very niche, but I think they're getting caught up in a lot of the other bigger issues that are happening to the platform right now. So it's not just specific to animation. I just think that people that are either in that space or follow people in that space are noticing it more.
Or they
But
could be the ones that have the connection to the platform to get the word out more.
That's true. That's true. They said, yeah, it's hard to get monetization back if you lose it. Some are fortunate enough to have different outlets where they can make money. The loss of income from YouTube might not impact them on as big of a level as other people. They said in the case of a number of popular animators, many of whom focus on dinosaur and kaiju-based animation, they've had their channels lose the ability to make money. So this includes Dinomania, who has over 1 million subscribers on YouTube, who pointed to AI moderation tools striking down creators who put in actual effort and don't use AI slop for their videos. It's always the kaiju dinosaur animators, and the reason's the exact same each time. It should also be noted that it all started happening as soon as their brilliant AI moderation was implemented. So apparently they think kaiju and dinosaurs appeal to kids. So then they
Well,
demonetize.
Dinosaurs do, yeah.
I think what
see.
they're doing is they're lumping all animation content as being like kid-friendly content, which can
I
lead to
don't know.
monetization. I don't know.
I just know that the AI tool clearly has problems. It not
Yeah.
just in animation, across the board. There's been a lot of people who have been provably, demonetized.
Dylan Burns has been demonetized for well over a year by YouTube, and then they just remonetize his channel without any explanation. Just boom, you're monetized again. We made a mistake after a year plus of being demonetized completely.
Or had their channel copyright struck taken down. They didn't do anything. It's just that the AI is running amok, and they are doing very little
Right.
to fix it. Or at least it seems like they're doing very little to fix it.
Yeah, and this is part of a much bigger issue. So we'll look at this. There is a petition out there on change.org I've been made aware of. Hold YouTube.
Does change.org ever accomplish anything? I don't think I've ever heard a case of change.org actually accomplishing anything.
Accountable for AI moderation issues. Again, it's not just animation people. So here are some of the channels that have been affected: Glass Bottle Games, Adjicus AG, parodies on Transformers, Kaiju, and robots. I've been venting on TikTok because my channel was taken down as well. Dino Wow, again, a dinosaur channel. Wow, that's weird. Jurassic World, misleading. It said it was misleading family content. Please review the channel manually and solve the problem. I can tell you right now, and this isn't, me throwing shade at any channel. It is almost impossible to get a human at YouTube unless you are.
Yep, that's true. When you're in trouble with YouTube is basically impossible to get to talk to a living person. You're always going to be talking to a bot when you're going to trying to resolve your demonetization or being struck.
Probably, I mean, you have to make a certain amount of money or have a certain amount of views every month to even get a human. I don't even know if the handlers are there anymore. They used to have handlers that they would assign to bigger YouTube channels, people that were doing it full time. I don't even know how many of them are left. I know ours left and we were given a new one, and I don't even know if that person's there anymore. I mean, YouTube right now, I'm going to be honest, the entire site is broken. And I think a lot of it has to do with AI. I think a lot of it has to do with Neil Mohan wanting to pivot YouTube into becoming a Hollywood streaming service. I don't think they give a shit about a lot of creators anymore. I'm going to be honest. If they don't think it's going to be something that's going to benefit whatever his vision is for YouTube 3 or 4 years from now, I don't think they care. They're like, well, we're not going to do dinosaur cartoons. Whatever.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. But we know it's pretty bad when you've got big channels like the Odd Ones Out taking a massive hit, and he had to lay everybody off. And this is a guy who was like, he was like the alpha of all the YouTube animation channels. I mean, again, the brand deals, whatever. And I thought he was doing fine. I know Jaden's doing pretty okay, but I thought this guy, I mean, if anybody was going to do well, it was going to be James, right?
Yeah,
and,
especially because he's getting all these deals and stuff.
Yeah. And I'm like, what the hell happened? So it shocked me when he laid everybody off. And then I looked into his views and I'm like, I mean, I can't say his channel's, it's relatively speaking, his channel has collapsed for him. Like most people would kill for the views he's getting now, but you know, 25 million with the majority of those being shorts is not sustainable. Now I don't know how much, you know, he's banked. Hopefully he's banked a lot in the past, but
For an animator,
it's happening all over the place. This is a My Little Pony account. They said YouTube punishes and harasses animators on a regular basis.
Yeah, but were they using copyrighted stuff in that?
If they're using yeah. So there's a lot going on here. So a lot of the stuff kind of flew under the radar that was potentially copyright infringing. And YouTube, again, now that they're trying to appeal to Hollywood, they're not going to let you do your My Little Pony videos or your Star Wars videos or whatever without, you know, an issue. But also if it looks like it appeals to kids, because we had the Adpocalypse, it was one of the first Adpocalypses, was the freaking Spider-Man Elsa videos. If people remember that, look into that whole thing. And they got weird. So what happened was people were dressing up as, you know, Spider-Man, Elsa, and doing like, you know, play acting or whatever in costume. And it became a whole like cottage industry. Kids were watching that nonstop. And so then some of them were pretty wholesome. They were not, you know, offensive in any way, but then people started sneaking in some really weird shit. and so kids started watching like Elsa getting surgery, Elsa doing stuff with the Joker. It's like, what the hell is going on here? So they kind of put the kibosh on that. So like kids content does not monetize as well, or things that could be confused with kids content. So that's part of it. I think what could potentially be again, I'm just theorizing here. What could potentially be going on is their AI is looking at anything that's cartoon or cartoon adjacent, and saying it's kids content.
I was going to mention that too. Yes, and that doesn't mean it's because you do an animation that automatically it's kid friendly.
Right. And so that's why, like some of these story time animations, even if they're dropping F-bombs or whatever, they might be looking at like, oh, this might be kid-friendly content, or we can't monetize it because kids might accidentally click on this. I know The Odd Ones Out definitely is, even though he doesn't consider his content kid-friendly, a lot of kids watched it, right?
Yeah, our kids used to.
And now this is Roberto Blake. He did a whole section on this on his X account, and he actually follows, you know, like YouTube stats and stuff. But yeah, these are the top 20 YouTube animation channels. And you can see that this whole genre basically peaked in 2018, 2019. And it's been on a downward spiral since. So you got to realize
it has always been tough to be an animation channel. All those animation channels were actually really pseudo animation channels. They did bare bones animation.
Were children when they
were. It
It
was bare bones animation with blogging, basically. Those are the big animation channels.
Watching this content in the, you know, 2015, 2016, they're adults now.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
that's why they might be less interested in bare bones animation blog channels.
Oh, you probably lost audiences that way. You've also lost the kids to AI slop. Let's be real. They're watching shorts. They're watching lots of
brain
them.
rot.
A bunch of brain rot. They're not going to watch the long form slice of life, millennial, whatever, existential crisis shit. They're not going to watch that unless it ties into something they're interested in. Even then, it's hard to get them to watch that. So I think YouTube, what they're doing is they're taking the long form content and they're like, oh, it's like Coco Melon or whatever. So we're going to, punt it, or I don't know. It feels like just overall YouTube is trying to prune content from their platform to get ready to become a streaming service.
Well, that's what they keep trying to do. And I keep saying, and I'm going to say it again, when what makes you special is your creator content, getting rid of that is probably the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah, no, 100%. Wow, this is bad. I didn't realize it was that bad. This is just views over time for all the top 20 animation channels.
Okay.
Look at this. It goes I know it was huge right before the pandemic, but even during the pandemic, the views started to decline on the animation, and now we're down to nothing. This is insane. And I looked into it. This is actually Odd Ones Out, and I'm not trying to put them on blast or anything, but you can't have 30 people working for you when you're getting 6.7 million long form views a month. Mm-hmm. Just take the shorts out of the equation because the shorts really don't make much of it. You're lucky if you make $10 on a short,
Let me
right?
check something. Jaden Animation. We're going to check it out. We're going to check out Jaden Animation. Because 15 million subscribers. That's a lot of subscribers. So let me see newest videos. Though that's actually not bad. Really good views. But she's also not producing many videos. 8 months ago, 7 months ago, 4 months ago, 2 months ago. Let's see the quality of the animation. I think the frequency of the upload is the problem, to be honest with you. Let's see the quality of the animation.
Chiikawa started teasing their.
Let's see if the quality of this animation actually just justifies the frequency of this.
Newest project, Chiikawa Park. Despite them not revealing any follow-up details at all, I was obviously frothing at the mouth. Over the next few months, information slowly started being unveiled until finally, teaser photos. Oh my god. Chiikawa is real. I had to figure out how to go. But to anyone who knows how Japan works,
I honestly don't know if this justifies the no.
you'd understand this is a much more difficult mission to accomplish than suggested, because practically everything is executed.
Whatever is the parts that are animated are pretty nicely animated, but it's still bare bones animation.
Through randomized lotteries. You can't just camp a website in
It's still very bare bones
fresh
animation.
5 times a second in hopes of being the first to buy all the tickets to resell like the barbaric ways of the West. You apply alongside 100,000 million people, then pray on your hands and knees to the gacha overlords, knowing you ultimately have no power in this world whatsoever. I lit my manifestation candles and let the overlords choose my fate when I secured tickets. Chiikawa, thank you for shining your light down on me. I figured since I'm gonna be flying all the way back to Japan for the park, I might as well spend my time as surrounded by Chiikawa as I can. So I ended up turning it into the most jam-packed Chiikawa-themed trip I possibly could. Sarah, good friend and
Well, yeah, there you go.
fellow Chiikawa enjoyer, and I hopped on a plane and
That's pretty good.
sped off to Tokyo to experience possibly the most
It has good views. I don't feel like these views are bad. 4.4 million views. Yeah, this is pretty good actually. Maybe the problem is overblown. But I feel like there seems to be also on YouTube this thing where apparently you get diminishing returns on views, and it's actually better to have less views but upload more frequently than have a ton of views on videos that are very infrequently uploaded. That is what I've heard. I'm not sure how true it is. But yeah, that is basically what I've heard. That is something that I have. Oh my gosh. President Sunday debate with Asmongold is done. What's wrong with Asmongold? Let's check Asmongold actually. We're gonna do an Asmongold react because those give me views. And let's see. Let's see if there is anything. Uh, mm, mm. Nobody knows what the algo like, but YouTube and they ain't saying that what you need to survive, yeah. Well, you usually talk to a bot, so you're not gonna hear anything, yeah. Okay, videos. Everyone is playing this game. What game? What game is everybody
Boys,
playing?
we played this shit yesterday.
What's the game that everybody's been playing?
I'm gonna be real. What a game.
Oh.
What a fucking game. I'm ready to play this again. I am. We're gonna play it daily.
This is what Asmongold should be doing with his time, with his life, okay?
Beat a single run with all characters and beat Act 3. Wait, y'all telling me
As long as you don't do politics. Please don't do politics.
I almost beat the whole game on my first run? Yo, what?
Excellent.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna hit this right now.
Amazing. Just don't do politics, please. Since when does Asmongold watch boxing? But they're discussing this.
Damn, so it made her Asian? What the fuck?
Asian? What?
Okay. There's Leon. All right. It's not bad.
DLSS5. There's a whole controversy about this. There's been a whole thing about this. This is not AI. This is another form of AI.
Hogwarts. Damn. It's like a reverse Instagram filter. Nah, bro. No. No, bro. Like, no. Person's 15? Yeah. Starfield?
God, AI is so bad.
That's not really that bad. It's just like,
Nah. It's not good.
I think it's too predictive. That's really the problem. Is it's too predictive, and it's too
It's
aggressive.
very
with
uncanny.
filling in the gaps that aren't there. Like, it's just like, I bet probably with something like this, it would probably be good. And the reason why I would say that is because it's even, dude, actually, I say that. Look at the ball.
Oh my gosh, what
Look at the ball.
the hell happened to that ball? Does that look weird?
Uh-huh.
It's just uncanny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not like...
This is why hardware is getting so expensive. Is this why our hardware is getting so unaffordably expensive for us to get this crap? Really? Is this why? Embarrassing. You know what? Throw away this crap to the garbage and give us back our cheaper... Give us back our cheaper equipment.
I think that they overshot with this. I think that's the reality. They overshot, and the way that it creates, like, for example, like with this, it makes the characters older and it puts features on them that they don't actually have. Like, usually you have...
Yeah, that's usually how AI works. Especially when it restores photos, does the same thing. It also adds features that are not there.
Those cheekbones and knees here and that, like, this is usually something that manifests in like your 20s or 30s generally, right? And especially like even this wrinkle here on a person's face, like this is usually the indicator of a person who's like maybe 25 to like 40, right? 36 plus, yeah, it's definitely like, I mean, and it depends on who it is, right? 30 plus, yeah, maybe, right? And so if you have that happen, this is a person who's in high school. So the way that it does predictive, like the way it does predictive, like filling
That's not a high schooler.
in, I think it's just very
That's a 40 years old actor that tries to play a high schooler.
bad. I mean, that's really it. And it's the same thing with this woman here, right? Is that like her face there is not that wrinkly.
Yeah.
It's not, but it fills it in a way that is too extreme. I think
I don't really have any disagreements here with Asmongold. He should be doing more game related, graphics related, maybe critique, then maybe we'd be less angry with him.
that's it. And I think this is like I'm a supporter of DLSS. I think DLSS is a great type of technology, but I think that right now it's not calibrated in a way that improves the experience. I think they can do a much better job than this. Right now, it just looks like basically you turned everything into an AI generation.
Yeah. I don't think I'm against it.
I think that the
I
best
don't see.
versions of this probably were like FIFA. But even the issue with FIFA, here's the problem, is that you have an uncanny valley that's created
Yes,
because of the rest of the
absolutely.
game being more basically video gamey. But then
Especially the animation will just create a super uncanny valley effect. Yeah.
man's face is like just totally fucking photorealistic. And so that discrepancy, I think, creates a uncanny valley.
Yeah, it will.
More examples? Yeah, that's the way that I see it.
It will.
I don't know. What do y'all think about this, right? And so it's out of place. More examples. Yeah, let me get to it, all right? So this one has some more examples. I can't believe NVIDIA looked at this AI on top of games filter and said to themselves, this is the future of gaming. Well, AI having an overlay on games, I'm going to be real, guys. Like, I know everybody is like, you know, people like to fucking, circle jerk about this. It is the future. I think it is. But just because it's the future doesn't mean every step forward doesn't need 2 steps back. Sometimes you go in a direction, like this is a good example. We had VHS tapes, right? And then we also had, remember the laser disc? Well, that one didn't work. This is a laser disc. This is a Virtual Boy.
I don't think this is a
This
good
is
comparison.
this is a Zune. This is a...
We also had
I
beta.
I feel like I've got enough, right? Like, I mean, it's what I'm saying is that it's an offshoot. It's a technological innovation that I don't think is going to resonate with the public. It's a mini CD. Yeah, it's a mini CD.
Mini CD actually caught on in Japan just fine for a long time.
So we got this too. I mean, it doesn't look awful, right? I mean,
That's because you're looking at it from a distance.
I think that, yeah, I mean, it looks too sharp. The one that I felt was problematic was
Problematic.
the next one. This one. Like, there's something wrong about this one.
Yeah, it looks very
And
AI.
I think that's
That's the only
this
way I
is
can
the one
describe
that I
it.
think is
It
problematic.
looks very the
The
AI.
other ones are like, who knows?
You can just tell that
But
it's
this
AI.
one is definitely like, it's the lighting, the face. I think it's
Very
like the
AI.
framing, etc. Like this one, I don't know. Maybe I'm just used to looking at shitty video games, right? And so I see something like this, and it doesn't like immediately fucking, is there? If AI is generating the visuals, does the original art direction even matter anymore? And I think this is a great question that he's bringing up. I think this is smart. Like the art direction of certain video games is in order to be, in a certain case, like what's the word for it? Like it's. Sometimes having things that aren't between the lines makes the lines that do exist more meaningful. And I think that, like, you see this with some pixel art that's scaled up, that when a pixel...
Yeah, and you will not have AI. You will not get that effect with AI. Because AI does not have any intention to it.
art is scaled up, it actually loses some of its original grit, and it's kind of like it's the
There's no
the
intentionality
appeal
with
and
AI.
allure of it, because it fills in gaps that weren't really meant to be filled in. And I think that's the best way to look at it, right? Like Borderlands, I don't know about Borderlands, right? I'm just saying in general. But in general, like art direction does matter a lot with media. And I think that the real problem, like DLSS, I think is a great piece of software for people that don't have good technology. And I think overall, it will be useful for most people. Like most people will be able to use DLSS and be like, oh, this is good. But I think this is definitely them overshooting. It's absolutely them overshooting, and I find it to be problematic. Let me go back.
Problematic.
Okay, so this is with Hogwarts Legacy, and I'll see if there's any more of these to look at. More examples? Yeah, sure, I can look at some more examples. I haven't seen this one. This one's new. A generic filter over games, yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to
This
really
one.
see that. I think that, yeah, the problem is that it. Let me see that. Background cars at 7 seconds. Where the hell did it go? The fuck is it? Video one? I don't know if it is or not. I mean, like, in general, like, this is terrible. This is just different and kind of, like, a little bit uncanny. But, like, that's totally different.
Yeah.
Like, you could say this is, like, I'd say, like, on a fuck-up scale, this is, like, an 8 or a 9 out of 10. Rely on Unreal.
This has created
But,
such an uproar.
Crimson Desert is going to be the same thing. So those games, I think, have a level of optimization that is like that used to be part of the.
She should just be talking more about games.
I exposed California's billion.
Oh, that's it. Good board. That's it for Asmongold. Nvidia overhyped DLSS5 so hard even their partners are backtracking. True. Where are sprites? Oh, this looks like a good tutorial. We're gonna watch this tutorial because this is interesting. We're gonna watch this tutorial real quick and then we're gonna do politics, okay? Is that okay? Anybody who's still watching, write something to tell me if that's okay with you. We're really
Has
locked
this ever
in.
happened to you? You're
We are really locked into making the game.
walking around in your RPG Maker game, just doing your own thing, and then suddenly it hits you. You can't stop noticing it. The sprites are so ugly. It's not that the art style's inherently bad, but they're so stiff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. Default RPG Maker graphics only have 3 frames of animation
Yeah.
in each direction, which gives it this sort of stilted effect. But not to worry, because I heard about this cool plugin called QSprite, and it makes your sprites better in RPG Maker, and I'm just gonna plug it in and press test play, and it'll be super awesome and cool, and... Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna add in my Q Plus plugin, and then... Okay, I'll put Q Plus first in the plugin list, and then it'll be so super awesome and amazing, and... Oh my god, why does it keep needing things? Let's do a tutorial on it. The Quixos?
I guess I have to get
series
this.
of plugins for RPG Maker MV are freaking amazing. Especially when it comes to QSprite, the developer of these plugins put in a lot of effort to make sure that you can really customize your game. People ask me all the time how I do my sprites, and to be honest, the QSprite plugin is a big part of it.
Okay.
The QSprite plugin allows you to set up as many frames as you want, different idle animations, all sorts of things. But it's not the most beginner-friendly plugin, especially if you've just been working with default RPG Maker.
Yeah.
It definitely requires some setup.
I've been just working
But
with
no
default
worries, we'll go
RPG
through all of
Maker
it.
so far.
Let's start by downloading the plugin. Go to
Perfect. I'm gonna use this plugin 100%, 1 billion
This is
percent.
their plugin site.
Also, we're not using MV, we're using RPG Maker MZ. I'm gonna be right back. I'm not sure if this will work with MZ. Toilet time, I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello. We're watching the tutorial for our game. I hope these work with MZ. Let me see. Let's see if it's worth watching this tutorial actually. Does the QSprite plugin work with RPG Maker MZ? Okay, yeah, you can make it work. There you go. You can make it work in MZ.
Plugins. For every Q plugin, you need Q+. So download Q+. To download from GitHub, you can just click download raw file over here. Now QSprite is a little bit more difficult to download. The plugin file, easy, go ahead and grab that. But also, you want to download this where the actual files are going to be %, your config name. I have snap to grid on, so the edge of this image will just snap to the grid and like whoops. Let's set it up for 10 columns. And then is bouncing.
Wow, this is
Here's
so
her running.
awesome. Look at that.
Here we are walking.
Very weird bouncing, but
Okay. So I've noticed a couple of issues. Our walking animation speed is way too fast. So let's go back and just adjust that.
this is pretty
Instead
cool.
of 6, it should probably be like 8. Same with idle. Instead of 7, let's make it like 9. Sometimes you just have to mess with this video going to get flagged because of chibi jiggle physics. So let me show you one of the coolest parts of QSprite. I've gone back to our file where we have the image, and I've decided I want this girl to have a twin sister with a different hair color. So let's make party member green. As long as I control my movement, the plug on their adventure and not be super stiff about it. Shout out to Vin.2804 for requesting this video. And if any of you guys found it helpful, let me know.
Yeah, I will need my own
Do you
sprite.
want to use them? Do you want me to go into depth about more of them? I've used all of to go into depth. Sometimes you guys ask me to do things and I'm like, I have no idea.
Alright. We've done it. We've done the sprites. This is perfect. So I guess we can do politics now because I've been streaming here for like 4 hours. 4 hours, that's a long time. So let's go to politics now. It's time. Especially since there are a few things I want to explore on stream. There are a few things I want to explore on stream. So we're going to set up stream for the network thing. Researching safe on stream plus news. Okay. Researching on stream. There you go. Very slow delay. I'm gonna raid you into myself now. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool to be raiding into myself? Dr. Jones, are you impressed with this development? Go live. Here you go. Boom. Edit. What? Oh, there we go. Lucy has a network. Boom. End stream.